Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed designers, manufacturers, and valued attendees. 各位尊敬嘅來賓、卓越嘅設計師、製造商同埋各位來賓，早晨 ！Welcome to the opening ceremony of the Hong Kong Interior Design Week, Hkidw 2025 at Grand Stairs of M+. Today we gather to celebrate the outstanding achievements of Hong Kong's interior design industry. We are excited to be live streaming across multiple platforms, including YouTube and China NetEase. A warm welcome to our virtual audiences. We are thrilled to have you with us. 歡迎各位嚟到2025香港室內設計週 Hkidw 嘅開幕典禮。今日我哋齊集喺 M+ 嘅 Grand Stair， 共同慶祝香港室內設計行業嘅非凡成就。我哋非常興奮，今日活動咧將會喺多個平台上同步直播，包括 YouTube 同埋內地網頁平台。嗱喺呢一度，我哋向線上嘅觀眾致以最熱烈嘅歡迎，好高興大家可以一齊見證呢個非常之重要嘅時刻。Before we begin, let me walk you through today's schedule. 喺開始之前，等我介紹一下今日嘅安排。Our opening ceremony will last till 10 a.m. Then the Arts Pavilion Tour, showcasing a groundbreaking collaboration between 10 renowned Hong Kong-based interior designers and furniture manufacturers. Also, the design forums. We have morning section from 10:45 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. And also the afternoon section start from 2:45 p.m. to 6 p.m. Last but not least, we offer the Hkidw questionnaire. Please scan the QR code on the wall to share your feedback with us. 咁我都介紹下今日嘅行程安排先。首先，我哋開幕典禮咧會去到朝早10點嘅，之後有藝術館展覽之旅，展示嚟自10位香港知名室內設計師同埋家具製造商嘅創新合作。接住落嚟有設計論壇，上午場係10點45分去到1點半，下午場係2點45分去到6點嘅。咁最後咧，我哋會有 Hkidw 嘅問卷調查，請掃描牆上嘅二維碼，同我哋分享各位嘅寶貴意見。Well, to officially kick off the event, it is my great honor to invite the chairman of the Hong Kong Interior Design Association, Louisa Young, to deliver the welcome remarks. 現在我哋正式開始今次嘅盛會，我非常榮幸可以邀請到香港室內設計協會主席楊蘇蘇女士為我哋發表開幕詞，讓我哋以熱烈嘅掌聲歡迎佢。Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Let's welcome Louisa.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, Mrs. Loa Cho, Acting Commissioner for Cultural and Creative Industry of Cultural and Creative Development Agency, and Mr. Camilla Ficara, Consul General in Hong Kong and Macau at Consulate General of Italy in Hong Kong and Macau, and also Mrs. Hkidw, Consul General of the Consulate General of the Czech Republic in Hong Kong. Last but not least, our fellow designers and manufacturers. As the chairman of the Hong Kong Interior Design Association, it is my profound honor to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the Urban Reflection exhibition at Grand Stair. As of the inaugural Hong Kong Interior Design Week 2025. Since our establishment in 1991, Hkidw has been dedicated to nurturing a vibrant community in the field of interior architecture. Our commitment to fostering professionalism and design excellence and remain unwavering. With a focus on research, education, and honoring craftsmanship, we strive to enhance our industry for the benefit of both our members and the broader public. Together with the CCIDA HK as our lead sponsor, We hope to highlight the crucial role of interior design in society, celebrate the diversity of exemplary design projects, and recognize the rising talent that Hong Kong has to offer, both locally and globally. One of the highlights of this year's event is this Bio-City Urban Reflection exhibition, showcasing a groundbreaking collaboration between 10 talented Hong Kong-based interior designers and 10 esteemed furniture manufacturers. In April 7 to 13, we are proud to present our first overseas exhibition at Super Studio in Milan, attracting 49,169 visitors to explore the creation of our designers. This marked a significant milestone in our journey as we hosted the Hong Kong Interior Design Week for the first time outside of Asia. This is not only a remarkable achievement for Hkidw, but also a meaningful opportunity to share our unique design perspective on an international stage. Today, we are thrilled to host the Urban Reflection exhibition at the Art Pavilion in the West Kowloon Cultural District. Our hometown of Hong Kong, this exhibition highlights cultural diversity and artistic expression while fostering public interest in interior design. Together, some of them have created unique pieces that elegantly blend traditional Chinese elements with design aesthetic. We are proud to present their design. They utilize sustainable material such as recycled yarn and glass repurposed from our iconic trams, illustrating the harmony between innovation and ecological responsibility. As we gather here, I would like to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to the 10 designers and 10 manufacturers who have dedicated the time, energy, and creativity to this project. Your outstanding efforts showcase the strength and potential of Hong Kong's interior design industry. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our project co-chairman, Mr. C.M. Zhao and Mr. Dick Chan, whose unwavering support and dedication have played a crucial role in making this event a reality. While we face various challenges along the way, every effort has been worthwhile as we witness the success of our first event under the Hong Kong Interior Design Week 2025. As we embark on this exciting journey, I hope each of you enjoy the exhibits and the creative atmosphere we have cultivated. Together, let us celebrate the ingenuity and diversity that characterize our design community and reinforce Hong Kong's reputation as the creative hub of Asia. Thank you for being here today, and let us make this occasion a memorable one for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Louisa, for such inspiring words. Please be seated. 感謝楊蘇蘇女士為我哋帶嚟如此激勵人心嘅致辭，請就座，多謝。Next, we have the privilege of hearing from two visionary leaders whose insights shape the future. Please welcome the Vice Chairman of Hong Kong Interior Design Association, Co-Chairman of Hong Kong Interior Design Week, Mr. C.M. Zhao and Dick Chan, as they share their vision with us today. Welcome. 接下來，我哋將會有幸聆聽兩位具遠見卓識嘅領袖，佢哋嘅見解將會塑造我哋未來嘅發展方向。請大家以熱烈掌聲歡迎香港室內設計協會副主席、香港室內設計週聯合主席周卓明先生同埋陳迪康先生同我哋分享未來指引方向。熱烈嘅掌聲邀請兩位 ，Welcome！
Good morning, distinguished guests and esteemed designers, manufacturers, colleagues, and friends. I'm Sam Zhao, standing next with Teck Chen. We're the co-chairman of Hong Kong Interior Design Week, also the vice chairman of Hkidw, Hong Kong Interior Design Association. It's an honor to stand before you at West Kowloon Cultural District, a beacon of creativity and innovation. On behalf of Hkidw, we extend our deepest gratitude to each of you for joining us to celebrate the launch of the extraordinary exhibition. As you went through this space, we hope you will feel the presence of Hong Kong's designers, a testament to our belief that great design bridges culture and inspires collective imagination. We include 10 designers and 10 manufacturers to group together and produce a crossover furniture. These 10 groups formed together to start the design in late October last year, and we have to pack up all furniture and exhibition materials in January 2025. So the time is super limited, but they still did a good job. And we overcome many difficulties to organize the exhibition in both Milan and Hong Kong. To our partners, designers, manufacturers, and the project team, thank you for making this impossible mission happen. Please give a big round of applause for their achievement and speedy positivity. Here's to the boundless future of design where we continue to create, collaborate, and reimagine. Another good news, we'll start the call for enrollment of the Hkidw for the next year, 2026, in January. Just a few weeks later, we'll have an exhibition, forum, and dedications during Milan Design Week 2026. And we'll come back to Hong Kong for Hong Kong Interior Design Week 2026 too. The contents and formats will be much more amazing and interesting. Please stay tuned for Hkidw's announcement. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very inspirational sharing. Thank you again. Thank you again. 感謝周長明先生同埋陳迪康先生為我哋宣布2026年米蘭設計週同埋香港室內設計週嘅宏偉計劃。Thank you very much. Again, warm welcome, warm applause to two speakers again. 我哋熱烈嘅掌聲送俾兩位嘅講者，講得非常好，亦都咧分享咗好多精彩嘅片段。Now, what better way to showcase the incredible journey behind this exhibition than a highlight video from the Milan Design Week in April 2025? Please enjoy. 而家咧有咩比得上播放一條2025年4月米蘭設計週嘅精彩回顧片段？更加可以展示到今次展覽背後非凡嘅旅程咧，等我哋細心欣賞。
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, fellow designers and manufacturers, as the chairman of the Hong Kong Interior Design Association, it is my profound honor to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the Urban Reflection exhibition at the Super Design Show.
This exhibition exhibition is more than a showcase. It is a dialogue. We then, a city civilized with design excellence, provides the perfect stage for this cultural exchange. And together, we celebrate a shared vision. Design is a force for connection, responsibility, and human-centric progress.
Very amazing video， 非常精彩嘅片段。Now we are honoured to invite 5 distinguished guests to the stage。我哋非常榮幸可以邀請5位尊敬嘅嘉賓登台，共同見證嚟緊呢一個好重要嘅時刻。Let's welcome Mrs. Luo Zhou, Acting Commissioner for Cultural and Creative Industries。曹麗淑霞女士，處理文創產業專員。Mr. Camillo Ficarra, Consul General in Hong Kong and Macau at Consulate General of Italy in Hong Kong and Macau. Camillo Ficarra 先生，意大利駐香港及澳門總領事。Miss Louisa Yang, Chairman of Hkidw， 楊蘇蘇女士，香港室內設計協會主席。Mr. C.M. Zhao, Vice Chairman of Hkidw, Co-Chairman of Hkidw。 周長明先生，香港室內設計協會副主席，香港室內設計週聯合主席。And also Mr. Dick Chan, Vice Chairman of Hkidw, Co-Chairman of Hkidw。 陳迪康先生，香港室內設計協會副主席，香港室內設計週聯合主席。再一次以熱烈嘅掌聲歡迎我哋咁多位嘉賓，好嘛 ？Again, warm applause to welcome our officiating guests。現在咧，我哋首先影一張合照留念先。Now may we take a group photo with the pole before our ceremony begins。好，我哋望向正前方啊。Let's look at the front camera. Front camera, 3, 2, 1, smile. Later on, as they place their hands on the ceremonial poles, they will officially signal the beginning of Hong Kong Interior Design Week 2025。 轉頭咧，當我哋嘅嘉賓將手放喺啟動桿上面嘅時候，我哋將會正式宣告2025年香港室內設計週嘅盛大開幕。大家準備好未呢？咁準備好嘅話，轉頭我哋一齊倒數3聲咯。Let's count down together on my count of 3. Are you all ready? 3, 2, 1. Congratulations! 恭喜2025年香港室內設計週正式開幕。Thank you very much to our distinguished guests for officially inaugurating the event. Thank you. Please be seated。 有請我哋尊貴嘅嘉賓請就座。再一次咧，多謝各位隆重宣告活動正式啟動。Thank you。咁接住落嚟咧，當然我哋要記低呢一個非常之重要嘅時刻，咁所以我哋亦都會影一張大合照嘅。Let's mark this memorable occasion with a group photo. Please look at the camera here and smile and let it be very special. Let us to record this very special moment. 好，有請各位咧可以拎住一啲精美嘅道具啦，係啦，咁我哋望向前方嘅位置，正前方嘅位置。3、2、1 ，3、2、1 here。咁轉頭咧，我哋會錄一段片段嘅，請大家咧望向攝影師微笑，同時我哋轉頭大聲喊出 HKIDW 2025。So later on, we will make it more special by shooting a video. Let's shout HKIDW 2025, shall we? So on my count of 3, let's say this together. HKIDW 2025, okay? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Congratulations again on the grand opening. It's a really special moment 咧，真係非常有意義嘅時刻啊！亦都咧多謝在座咁多位同我哋一齊見證住一個盛大嘅開幕儀式。Now we take a moment to honor the remarkable individuals whose contributions have shaped today's event. Let us invite Louisa Young again to present the certificates to our esteemed judges. We begin with our esteemed jury panel for Hkidw. 現在啦，我哋會喺本次活動當中做出卓越貢獻嘅傑出人士咧，向佢哋致敬嘅。首先，我哋再一次邀請楊秀秀女士為我哋尊敬嘅評審委員會頒發證書。現在我哋將會歡迎3位2025香港室內設計週 Hkidw 評選委員會嘅評委。Let's invite Professor Eric Yim, JP. Thank you. 多謝你非常之卓越嘅貢獻同付出 ，Thank you。好，有請咧我哋 Professor Yim 留步啦，轉頭會幾位評審一齊再合照一張嘅。跟住落嚟有請 Mr. Alan Zhang，Alan，Let's welcome Alan to come onto the stage。再一次咧，非常之多謝 Alan 啦，為我哋設計週作出嘅貢獻啊！ And then please remain on stage. Let's welcome Valeria Pola. Let's welcome Valeria Pola for being our jury panel. Congratulations and thank you very much for your contribution. Now may I invite all of our guests to join us for a group photo, please. Let's look at the camera in the front and take a group photo to memorize this very special and beautiful moment. Thank you, Louisa. Thank you, all our jury panel. Please be seated. 再一次感謝各位嘅評審同埋感謝 Louisa， 請各位可以就座，唔該晒。Well, next, let us invite CM Zhao to present certificates to our Hkidw project designers. 跟住落嚟咧，我哋將會邀請周長明先生為參加今次 Hkidw 項目設計師頒發感謝狀。Now, let us welcome our designers onto the stage together. 現在咧，我哋邀請設計師一齊上台咯。咁我哋分別邀請 Arnold Wong and Ted Lai Wong, co-founders of Arthur Architects, and also Lohan Vo, co-founders of Bean Bureau, Dennis Zheng, founding partner of Studio Right, Christina Standerloft, and Jay Jordan, co-founders of Crafts of Both, Eric Chen, co-founder of ONO, and also Joey Ho, design partners of Pell Design Group. Jay Learn and Maggie Mo, co-founder of Stars Pasha, and also Mas Lam, design director of Mas Lam Designs, and also Stepan Gudev, founder of Good Studio. 我哋咧現在有請係 CM Zhao 啦，為我哋逐一頒發感謝狀俾各位嘅設計師啦，亦都去表揚所有室內設計師嘅卓越成就。然之後我哋一齊影一張大合照嘅。Thank you very much, CM, for having these certificates for us. Please join us in taking a group photo to memorize this special moment. 好，我哋望向正前方影張合照啊 ！Smile. Big thanks to all our interior designers. Thank you very much. Please be seated. 感謝各位。再一次咧，感謝各位嘅卓越成就。Next, let us invite Tech to present certificates to our furniture manufacturers. 現在讓我哋邀請陳迪亨先生為我哋嘅家居製造商頒發感謝狀。Now let's invite take warm applause to take for our guest today. Now, let's invite our furniture manufacturers to the stage. Without them, these masterpieces would not have been possible. 接下來，我哋邀請家具製造商登台，冇佢哋咧，呢一啲藝術傑作將會無法實現嘅。我哋有請 Let's welcome Stars Origin and also Decker Contract Furniture, RADD, Cycle Core, Profilia of West Germany Far East Limited, Made, Kinland, One Production Holding Limited. Let's welcome our manufacturers. Again, let's welcome Stars Origin, Decker Contract Furniture, Made, RADD, Cycle Club, Profilia of West Germany Far East Limited, Kinland and One Production Holding Limited。好，現在咧，我哋有請 Tick 為我哋頒發所有嘅感謝狀啦，然後又請各位咧又係影多張大合照啦。Thank you very much. Let's take a group photo together to memorize this special moment. Can we move to the right? I think 3 or 4 steps. Yes, perfect. 我哋咧向右企少少，然之後望向正前方。係啦，我哋亦都望上少少，我見到好多部手機咧等緊影住大家嘅靚樣啊。Let's look at the upper side. That's cool. Again, thank you very much. Big thanks to all our furniture manufacturers. Please be seated. 感謝所有嘅家居製造商，亦都咧再一次多謝 Tick 為我哋頒獎嘅。Thank you all for our distinguished guests and valued audiences this morning. 再一次感謝今日上晝所有尊貴嘅嘉賓同埋寶貴嘅觀眾。Now, we will invite our distinguished guests and speakers to embark on an exclusive exhibition tour at the Arts Pavilion. Please follow the staff from Hkidw located to our left side as she guides you through the unique masterpieces just 3 minutes away. 我哋而家咧會邀請一眾嘅貴賓同埋演講嘉賓一齊前往藝術館參與呢一場專屬展覽之旅。請大家轉頭跟隨 Hkidw 嘅工作人員喺左邊嘅，咁轉頭咧佢就會帶各位去參觀呢一啲獨特嘅傑作。距離呢度咧只係3分鐘嘅啫。For all other attendees, so short break begins now. Please feel free to visit the exhibition at Arts Pavilion alongside our distinguished guests. We'll continue at 10:45 a.m. for the next exciting phase of our program. See you all soon. 其他嘅嘉賓咧都可以短暫休息時間啦，歡迎各位自行去前往藝術展亭展覽，同貴賓一齊欣賞作品嘅。我哋喺10:45會重新集合，開啟下一個精彩環節嘅。我哋轉頭見。Thank you very much. Thank you. 調翻轉你影，你喺台下影相。Sorry 冇。打話。打直。近啲，梯啲。OK，唔該晒。有冇影埋個 mon 佢哋？影埋個 mon。影埋個 mon OK。唉，sorry 啊，好快。清。快啲啊！Sorry, I'm so sorry. 你上啲呢度哦，差唔多。好，唔該。有冇啊？OK，有啦。Sorry，唔好意思啊。右腳啊，唔該晒。
哦，係啊，正常。testing，哇，都係好大。testing，one two，testing，係咯，好啲咯。testing，one two，testing one two，testing one two，testing one two。
Kenny, and this is Laurent. We're the founders of Bean Bureau. We love design. I'm Kenny, and this is Laurent. We're the founders of Bean Bureau. We love designs inspired by nature, with curves that are elegant yet playful. We're excited to introduce the Stone Flow sofa.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I believe that many of you had the opportunity to explore the captivating exhibition at the Arts Pavilion before reconvening for this morning section of the Design Forum. We are delighted to continue this journey of creativity and innovation with all of you. Let's dive right in and hear from our esteemed guests. We're honored to have an array of incredible speakers with us today, each bringing invaluable insights into their craft and expertise. Well, to begin, let us invite our first esteemed speaker, Joey Ho, design partner at Pale Design, who will be sharing his perspective on design and innovation. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Joey.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor today to share with you not just the piece of furniture. It's more of through my career of these 28 years of design, I have come to some enlightenment. So I hope I can share with you, especially be it whether you are a designer, that's not important. But I think what is important is we are always talking about nature. We are surrounded by it, but we should have a new perception. So this is some of my findings. So I hope through this opportunity I can share with you some of my findings. So first of all, of course, we all always talk about design. And the problem with design is we always think, myself, I'm trained as an architect, and I practice as interior. But I realize I always make myself confined within my so-called design career. And I cannot break through from that. And I always talk about nature, but I realize I'm using nature as a very superficial thing to decorate my house, to decorate my space. And I think that's so wrong. So I hope I want to relook what is really inside and what is really outside. It's so simple, but yet we are all trapped inside and as an interior designer, or even trapped within the envelope of the architecture. So I think the inside-outside theme become a very important thing for me. So I hope through certain practice of my design, I can break through this. And of course, another relationship about man and nature is also part of my new aspiration, because it's so simple about man and nature. But where should we stand? Should we overcome nature, or should we blend with nature? So that is something that as a designer should always think about. So I have opportunity to redevelop the whole old courtyard house in Kunming, which is a very nice scenery, which there's a mountain behind it. And with that, I start to think, how can I do what I want to explore about the man and nature issue. So instead of looking just at the culture, as the design, I start to appreciate the nature that gave us this whole scenery. That is the key. It's not about how beautiful our culture or how beautiful my design is. So from here, I start to take away everything, only focus as nature. So first thing what I did is I opened up the roof, I let the light come in. And not only that, I put some acrylics to get some colors into the courtyard itself. And not only that, I brought water inside. And this water is not just as a decoration, it's for the kids to play around with it. So that interaction, I start to see, I really can bring things we can touch and feel to decorate our interior and break the boundary between that. Then of course I open up all the windows and I have this corridor. That's the thing that I start to react. And with that, you can see ample light when I came into this place. And because of the season over there, they don't need air conditioning at all. It is up to at the mountain, So the weather is nice. Everything is opened up. So my design become not so important. What's important is I create the environment, the situation. So from this kind of scenery, I even extend the water out, so kids can play around this water. It's not for show, it's not like, a very zen kind of pool. No, I want it to touch the water. So it really helps, because in Kunming, the kids don't have many chance like us in Hong Kong near the seaside. They don't have chance to play water. So from here, I start to realize the inside and outside relationship become a new relationship with the playing around and really touching the nature. And okay, of course, I keep all the trees. So that is normal, what architects will do. But I think the real accent, what I really want to do is I want people to come out, not just looking at a beautiful landscape. I think that's so stupid, right? We want them to engage with, under the shade, and you want to stay outside rather than the inside. So that's how I see the inside and outside. So the rest is of course, we have a design intent. We want the ambience. So this is what I felt that I started to see. We should play more focus. I think there's some sound about this video. Can you help me on that? Yeah. Sorry. Can we get back to the video? Hey, get back to the video with the sound, please. Yeah. Yeah, because I want the audience to feel about the nature. With some music, I think you can be more go into the space, because what I want to emphasize is really wait. I think just now there's mosaic. Wait. Okay, it's always the case because I'm the first one. Yeah. Okay. It's a very beautiful sight. Yeah. So actually, my role is not to destroy it, but as a connector. I don't need to do too much things to disturb the environment, but to really connect the activities. Let people really enjoy the green outside. So from here, I want to say it's very important that, you know, really not only nature give me a lot of inspiration, and for this spring resort that I did just recently, also give me a very big impact of just the environment. I'm very lucky. I kind of changed the whole architecture, and because I convinced the client saying that you are not doing a resort to just attract people because I do a good design, but the real attraction is I blend with the environment. So I recreate the roof to continue the silhouette of the mountains behind because of the height. And then I open up everything. You know, I said, you don't need interior. People want to come out. So all the interior is some simple shelters to do some functions. So here I have the luxury to combine the landscape and the architecture and the interior. And to me, I think that is not because, oh, you know, I got to design everything. I realized I start to feel that designers should be more humble. You know, you should really feel the site and appreciate, because I was stunned by the site, the view. And I felt that, you know, if I don't do it correctly, I kind of become a scene, you know. I find something like that. So I start to feel when you really feel the site, I also want to bring the excitement of the place, kind of tranquility, but still you need to elevate people's emotion. And I still have keep intact of some of the so-called cultural thing, but I think at the end of the day, I just have the roof extended and become a big courtyard, and we have almost like a floating lantern. Actually, it's the reception for their check-ins, and whole ambience, the interior is very simple. I strip the minimum. I don't need too much decoration, because all the decoration is outside. Inside is just a space that you feel comfortable, and you come for, you know, because it's a spring resort. So the interior is all emphasized is just the material and also the nature. So in fact, I start to realize if we start to look into nature, it's the relationship for us inside the space, and also how we treat respect to the ambient. And in fact, what I study more is the contour of the roof. How can we have that echo and the respect of the actual scenery? So we want people to move out. So actually, I carved like a cafe space outside, and some pocket space that they can really come out to appreciate, not stay too much, don't spend too much time within the interior space. And that's why I start to realize when sometimes certain times design shouldn't be too loud in itself. And from there, I start to see the relationship that we can build together with the you know, the activities and the people. We can have a new, very calm space. So over here, same at the lobby is very clean and simple. Even the furniture, I didn't want it to be too luxury. And all you need is looking out to the scenery. And I think that it kind of combines with total ambience. So this is, and I also even bring the tea house outside to the outside of the building. And by doing that, I start to realize with the relationship with nature is I start to see the light, not only the water, but not only the scenery, but even the activities we start to have develop in terms of new connections. Yeah. So this is really a very simple statement, but I realize to practice it is not easy, because we always stuck with our design, you know, aesthetic and a lot of these you know, details and everything. I like it. I like it. I've been doing it so many years, but I start to have a new realization about discovery. We have so many layers of beauty in our day-to-day life, and I think that is, to me, as a designer or even as a normal person, we should try to discover all this kind of beauty that just around us. So I think that's important because sometimes we are so focused to take out all the so-called aesthetics, in our profession, but we forgot about something simple and powerful. Yeah. So, okay. Lastly, I want to share another project in Chengdu. It's a Club Med. It's another hotel. So same thing. When the architecture is done by AIM Architects, they are very good architecture team, and because of beautiful site again with the lake, and this time is a hotel resort for family. So when we did quite a number of hotels, but this hotel is a bit different because the approach, what I did is, you see, we have nice greenery and ambience, but it's still a hotel that you need all the programs. So from here, what I did is I really appreciate what the architect already gave it the form to me about the entire village concept. So what I did is I realized as an interior designer, my role, of course, I wanted to impress people. I want to keep people inside the hotel, in terms of activity. But this time I changed my mind. I said, how about we should respect the architect, respect the landscape, and put my interior be the last thing, not to emphasize. Because I realized the previous project I did, all the hotel, I tried so much to impress the client. I try so much to impress the people coming in. We do very beautiful furniture, very beautiful creative decorations. But for this case, I realized I don't need. What I need, I'm supposed to be the media to connect all these things and let people really play and the family enjoy the place. So this is what the result, where I have this kind of approach, which is so different from my other projects. So that's why I thought it's good to share. So for this project, the decoration is simple. I just flip the roof of what architects do. So actually, I echo the roof of the architect. So actually, I don't need any decoration on my ceiling. So I kind of express the existing roof, okay? And then when you come to the lobby, it's so clean. I just make almost like two mountains. You have to squeeze in the center to the open space at the end. And my two reception is almost like a little boat, hanging there. And we just have some waiting area, and you just appreciate the architecture itself, the form, and there's not much decoration at all. So when you come in, you have this pond of water surrounding you, where you look out and you can come out to have a cigarette, and then that whole area is a relaxing lounge. So the lounge is everything surrounded by the architecture and the pond and the view outside, and that's it. And that's it. So I didn't do much actually, but I try to keep that kind of calmness when they come in and relax. And all you need is to feel that, what I'm gonna do tomorrow or at least afternoon. For the families, they have this kind of relaxed ambience. So they don't have to focus on anything I do, as the furniture, as a project. And I create this little of a huge void for them because of the site. All the activities are at the basement. So I create this void and a grand staircase going down. And I use this LED just to make them feel that immersed into the water, because it's a Club Med. You need the kids, you need the family. So this is applied, and it really creates the first entrance that you start to feel that, you are in a vacation, And then we have the ADD, which is kind of echoes the whole architecture and make it like you are having a very natural, breakfast and lunch. And not only that, I try, instead of just focusing inside, I kind of suggest the client that can we make use of even more outside spaces for the ADD. So I try to extend my design and my activities pushing out, and which is last time I really don't give so much attention to this. But now I realize this is part of my job. I want it to so we have the outside pool, not much, it's just facing the sky. And for the kids in the pool, I kind of make it like a little garden. And then we have a pool for the adults, relax spa, and also even for the room, you know, we kind of echo to very huge balcony, and there's a little wind coming in, a little crowd coming in, and that's it. So the entire idea of the hotel, I start to see I can really combine, like what I say, you know, start to play down some of the so-called interior design, and I felt good. And I think the result, I also feel that they really can enjoy, not inside a confined space. So lastly, come to my design. I'm glad that we are in this program, and we are together with all the nine designers. I really learned a lot. And in Milan, I think this is a prototype. It's just a thinking, because I thought it's not a furniture to me. I want to create a simple space, a confined space that you can detach yourself. Now, when you get so tired, can you can detach yourself for a while. Especially you can close the light and you are in a rocking chair, and then imagine you are, you know, out to the sea or go to somewhere else. So I use the very simple LED mon, which is I'm still. Oh yeah, thank you for very beautiful models we have here. So actually the whole intention is just an idea. And we are still waiting for a better OLED mon to be here, because now they still cannot bend. So you can still see very big pixels. But I think we hope that by the end of this year, we can have a better mon. And this is what we have. So we really, this is just to show you how we really have a good time in Milan. Yeah, and yeah, so the last thing to conclude, really, I think we should look at things in a multi-layer. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Joey, again for your very inspiring words and valuable insights. Thank you very much. Now, let us turn our attention to another distinguished guest. We are delighted to welcome you, Mei Lam from Provilia of West Germany Far East Limited. Let's welcome Mei, the renowned furniture manufacturer behind this masterpiece. Let's give another big round of applause to Mei.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mei. People know me because I'm making furniture. Okay, this is me. Okay. Okay, this is my profile, but okay, we do so many different kind of furniture for this few years, and then we earned some award. Okay. Normally people know me is I'm making mattress, but I'm also doing so many different kind of furniture, like the hotel furniture, and then I change our factory people. They know how to do many different kinds, like wooden things, metal things, mattress, leather, something like that. This is my factory, part of my factory, and we do so many hotel projects. in the world. And then the clicking is not good. Okay, but right now, today, I'm not talking about my business. I just want to talk about the how to make the furniture of the detail. Just like this one, we can use the golden foil to stick on the furniture. And then sorry, the click is not good. I always tell the designers, say, we don't have any style of our factory because we can do many different kind of style, like the wooden things, like the detail things. And then right now, we do some special things, like the pet furniture. We try to, this 10 years, we try to collaborate with some different kind of designer, like the young designer to make the different style, like the elderly furniture. I want to talk is the, not when you see this or normal things, but actually we do many different inside of it, like the painting. Right now you can see the green one. Actually we do the glow in the dark of the paint. And then when you see the furniture, the people at the dark, the elderly, no need to turn on any light, and then they will absorb the light in the daytime. And then you can just when they go to toilet, something like that, they can see the handle. And we also do the printing on the wooden. Like this collaborate with Freeman now. And we also have some like the comics designer to collaborate, also printing on the wooden, the fabric, something like that. And also we make the metal chair, the bar. And then we also, you can see at the corner of the pattern, we also make some AR pattern on the chair. And then, so when you use the phone with the apps, you can see how of the definition of it. And then we can put so many different type of things, like the lock in the furniture with the lock designer. And then I want to say something, it's like this one. Do you know why the cushion just like stick on it, like frying there? Because we use the magnetic in the furniture. Yeah, so you can stick the cushion easier because magnetic with the metal. And then the origami designer, we make the very big art piece. And then this also with the AR code on the furniture. And acrylic. And right now, we are making the 3D printing of the furniture. This just, we saw it in Maison and Object. We, this created by the Victor Wong, the film producer. Also, this all is a 3D printing. And making the wooden lamp. And also the floor table with the LED. We are trying to use the LED on the table. And then we got so many, how to say, it's really hard to fix the LED. We need to learn so much. And then, okay, I need Joey. Joey, where are you? This is the beginning of our collaboration with Joey.
So actually, what I see furniture is more of interaction. So, you know, I fulfill a lot of girls' dreams, you know. When you sit on it, you look really good.
Yeah, we're trying to make the fun in the furniture, right? And then when we create the furniture, we also try to do more function.
But I think what is important is certain things, because our designers, we always think a very nice, beautiful design. But I realize if I treat it as a more fun process, when I work with the different factory or manufacturer, they also give us ideas. Like to open up, become a table is their idea. You know, because certain things I think is a process. So be friendly with your cooperators. They can help you. So I realized yes, a lot of modifications and some things happen throughout the way is because we really have a very good way of communication, and we have fun through the process. So I think that's a very good outcome.
Yeah. And also this from Joey.
No, the dog is not my idea.
And when we make this one, we got so many thinking to put in here, right? Because when you see the piece by piece like a book, and then actually we make we choose so many different kind of materials, try to let the people feel it and then have fun, because like you can see the blue one with the checkers, that one actually is cold materials. When you sit on it, it's very cold feeling. And then try to the fluffy one. We want to let the people to feel hard and then the touching, something like that. And then right now we are also make the 2.0 one, right? And then we will make with the artists to put the art things on it. Yeah. And then there's the exciting, the first version you can see. When we make this one, the LED wall, the colorless LED wall is a big challenge for us, right?
Not only that challenge, can you see the screen? You see, it's only halfway through because we don't have enough money. All right. Okay, really. So I can only do half. Okay, it's our maximum. We already have to come up with our own pocket money, and because of that, this second version will make it narrower and one piece through. And we are waiting for a better technology on the LED screen. So at the end of the year, I think we can start to use the OLED, which is a more fine kind of version that you won't see all the pixels. And But because they have it in the market now, not because of the price that we don't use it, because they still cannot be banned. So we are waiting for that to, so I think it doesn't matter. It's a prototype, so we hope that we can have another version. So we still need a manufacturer support. Yeah, thank you.
And one very funny things when in Milan, I still in Beijing at that time, and then Joey called me. So many people sit on our chair. If we have a donation box, if $1 for each one to trying, maybe we will earn too much. And then at that time, 40,000 people in Milan sit on our chair. And there's the new version, the 2.0 one, where we make it thinner, right? Yeah.
So now I can have one piece because it's not slimmer, so we have one piece through, and we kind of develop also a better cushion this time, and the rocking effect we have another base, so it's more fluid, you know, when they rock. So, but we still haven't have our ideal LED. Yeah, hope we can have the refinement by the end of this year. Yep.
Yeah. And then, you know, I haven't tell you last time when I go to the furniture, the World Furniture meeting, and then I showed you the people, all the chairmen from the world. They also want to do our agents to sell it. So it's really quite a very good chance to for helping us to do this, and then CCIDA and also the your association to support us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joey and May, for your very meaningful insights into the artistry of furniture manufacturing. Now, moving forward, we are honored to welcome Lorraine Fo, co-founders of Bean Bureau, who will share their creative vision and design. Let's give a big round of applause to Lorraine. Thank you very much. I'll hand the stage to you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to talk today. My name is Lorraine. I'm the co-founder of Bean Bureau. Let me try and... I'll try again. Is it launching or? Okay, I'll just wait for a second. Anyways, I'll start. I'm here to present our stone flow sofa, which was designed with my partner, Hkidw, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. So this is one of the photos. But before I start, I wanted to just introduce our company a little bit. So the name of the company is Bean Bureau, and it was founded in 2013 by myself and my partner, Hkidw. And I just realized I'm wearing the same jacket as him. In this photo. Anyways, so he's here in spirit. So we are a cross-cultural studio, myself being French and Kenny being half Japanese and half from Hong Kong. And we really value that cultural exchange within our studio. We're a studio of about 20 people in-house, and we have people that have worked with us from all over the world, and that really contributes to our design ethos. Today I'll focus on our stone flow sofa and also a bit more of our residential projects, but I just wanted to introduce our company a little bit. We do residential design, but also a lot of commercial design, creative workspace, hospitality projects, retail, F&B. So we really try to do as much as we can, and our ethos is always about well-being and bringing nature into our projects. We've been very lucky to have a lot of recognition in the press, both locally and internationally, so thanks for the ongoing support. And we've had over the last 12 years, we've had a lot of chances to get recognition from awards, and Kenny and myself were also judges in awards because we think that it's really interesting to see what everyone else is doing and staying on top of the design trends that are emerging around the world. If I had to define our design philosophy or aesthetic, it's actually quite difficult, but I'll try. I would say it's a bit of a French fusion, bringing the French elegance together with the Japanese minimalism, but also a bit of the British quirky design elements as well, because both myself and Kenny, we lived and worked in the UK for a long time before moving to Hong Kong. In all of our design approach for our residential project, which is what I'll focus on, we always want to bring nature into our projects and create environments that are incredibly comforting and nurturing and really creating a deep connection with the natural world. So this is just a project, I'll just quickly go through it, that we did on the Peak last year. But I think what's the most important to remember about our company is that we really want to come up with unique design narratives in all of our projects, poetic narratives that really respond to the context of the project, but also to the user. So for us, creating a story, a very compelling story that, is it okay? A very compelling story, because I think for me, if the design resonates emotionally with the user, then it's a good design. I think it's about really creating a connection between the design and the user. So I'll give an example of one of the projects that we worked on. This was a project that we worked on during COVID, and as you know, that was a very difficult time for all of us. And so this family came to us, and what they wanted was really to create a safe haven in their home for themselves and their daughters, and to bring a bit more playfulness and freedom into their house. So we came up with this playpod sanctuary narrative, and it was really about creating this tree house inside this double-heighted space, and to create a form that's very flowy, very free, very connected to the beautiful vistas outside, and to bring a color scheme that would be incredibly soothing and comforting. And it turns out that the client really loved the artist Paul Cézanne, who's one of my favorite artists, who's a French painter who painted this beautiful landscape of Provence, which is where my family is originally from. So we really connected on that, and so we decided to bring a really soothing pastel color scheme into the design, and to really bring a lot of fluidity and softness to create an environment that would be very comforting. Kenny and myself were actually both trained as architects, so we look at things from an architect's perspective, but obviously in Hong Kong we focus a little bit more on interior design, and also we love going through our narrative from the sort of micro scale to the macro scale, and really looking at the architectural layout all the way through interior design, furniture, accessories, styling, art sourcing, etc., so that the narrative would be very thorough and compelling. And recently we've been working a lot with hotels, doing a lot of styling for their furniture and accessories. And for us, this is really the way to tell the whole story from the beginning to the end. So we're very excited about that. And that's also why in our practice we offer, of course, interior design, but also sometimes our clients just want to come to us to do some styling and enhance their home environment. So that's also something that we do, and I think it's relevant because in the way we work, Kenny and I were basically obsessed with details. We love looking at things really precisely, and we also have a profound respect for materials. We love working with textures and lots of different materials, and it's always materials that we select that feels very natural, that have a lot of sustainable guidelines. And we love working with immaterials as well. So, for example, the way light is either reflected or absorbed by materials, and how to basically create this really connection with the external world, and especially the natural daylight. Well-being is really a key word for me. In everything we do in our design, especially when it comes to residential, we really want to nurture health and well-being in the environment. And actually, last year, I decided to become a WELL AP, which is an accreditation that really champions health and well-being in the built environment. It has 10 different modules, basically all centered around that. So for me, this is really something that's very dear to my heart. And so when we do projects, especially residential, because obviously when you're at home, you know, especially in Hong Kong, where it's a very busy city, very stressful city, we want to create homes that feel very nurturing, very comforting. And we always look to the outside world. We're very lucky in Hong Kong. We have such a beautiful city with beautiful landscapes. And we've been very lucky to have beautiful sites, of course. So this was a project by the sea in Repulse Bay. And we wanted to bring in a lot of the natural textures from outside, you know, reminiscing of the beachy textures, the sandy textures. So we selected, you know, really beautiful marbles, woven textures that sort of makes you feel a bit of like a beach mat, and also bringing some subtle metal to create a bit of reflectivity, because, you know, when you look at the ocean, you have this beautiful glimmer, and also bringing in some soft curves. So you can see there's a language starting to emerge. We work with a lot of developers as well. So this was a show flat for New World Development in Mount Pavilia. And again, this project was very much driven by health and well-being. It had WELL accreditation, LEED accreditation, and it was about really celebrating health in the environment. And so we had a lot of smart sensors and, you know, air purifiers and everything that you can think of to make a really healthy environment. We do sometimes, and that's where the British extravagance sometimes comes through, we do love having some features in our project. This was at the top left, that was a project for Sino Group for their show office in Wok Chuk Han, and we called it the Mountain Office because it had these incredible views of the mountains, and so we really wanted to connect with the external context, and so that's why we introduced this sort of feature bar island, which has this sort of really beautiful ripple in metal and this green quartz, just bringing a strong feature to create, you know, a focus point. But you'll see that when we do that, usually in our project, it's always very integrated with the rest of the project. It's always, it feels quite natural. It's not something that stands out and that feels out of place, if you see what I mean. Environmental and sustainable practices, like I said, is very important to us, and also we love to collaborate with artists. We think that bringing that cultural element in all of our projects as much as we can is great, so we always try to work with local artists to develop really unique pieces to enhance the interiors, and you'll see that there's always that sort of nature theme in those collaborations as well. So that leads me to furniture design. So throughout the last 12 years, even though we focused on interiors, we're always obsessed with making our own furniture. So our clients would know we always try to introduce some custom-made furniture. One of the most noticeable is our bean table, which we've done in countless different sizes and shapes and materials. This was for the 25 years of design exhibition a couple of years ago in Hong Kong, and we made it in marble. So again, it has this sort of really simple aesthetic, but it has like our signature curve, the bean table. So those are just some details, and we actually used recycled ply bamboo to create the legs, so that's why you can see some different sections of the bamboo, and so we wanted to create this resonance between the marble top, which is divided between the marble and the bamboo, and then the bamboo legs. We've done a lot of other types of furniture. We love, built-in. We love making all sorts of things, accessories, handles, what have you, anything that we can think of. We love to design these things. So that leads us to the stone flow sofa, which is the reason why we're here today. So maybe I'll just let the video play first. Should I press next? Or maybe we can play the first video now to introduce. Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm Kenny, and this is Laurent. We're the founders of Bean Bureau. We love designs inspired by nature, with curves that are elegant yet playful. We're excited to introduce the Stone Flow sofa, launching specially for the Design Week.
Designing the stone floor was a very emotional journey. We really wanted to invite the soothing essence of nature into the living room. Each curve is designed with intention to gently cradle the body and create a true sense of comfort while celebrating a very sculptural and unique piece.
We started with hand sketches to explore the sofa's
Sorry, there's a little
form.
delay.
Our vision was clear, but it was when we transitioned into 3D modeling the real effort began. While the design looked effortless, balancing function with style took many rounds of refinement.
We wanted to evoke centrality and a sense of subtle attractions between the different elements. We used 3D printing technology to create prototypes, and that really helped us to visualize and refine the design.
Working with Deca was incredible. They helped us create detailed prototypes and mock-ups. The review process was really hands-on, sculpting and refining with a team of experts.
We particularly love how the armrests and backrests gently converge, creating this harmonious embrace over the seat and evoking this sense of weightlessness. It's almost like they're floating, they're barely touching, and I think that's what's very poetic.
The design plays with contrasts between density and lightness. It invites a moment of peace and reflection.
The choice of materials played a significant role. We opted for cozy boucle fabric for its warmth and inviting texture. It beautifully complements the marble legs that serve as a grounding element.
The stone flow sofa is just the beginning. We see it as the foundation of a whole collection, and we can't wait to share more.
Okay, sorry, there was a little lag, so it looks like I was dubbed. But anyways, so I'll present it quickly because I know I only have a few minutes left. So you've sort of heard it in the video, but I think what was really interesting with the design process was that actually our vision was very clear. You know, from the very beginning, we had the sketch, and the judges will remember the sofa hasn't changed that much from the initial idea, but actually it's making it the way you want it. And when you design a sofa, you have to think of a lot of other things. You have to think of ergonomics, you have to think of the comfort, you have to think of the structure. So thankfully we had very, very good partner. Working with Deca has been incredible, and they were really able to execute our vision. So the steps were obviously we sketched it, we 3D modeled it, and then on site at the factory with the 3D printed model, we were able to work with Deca and their team of experts to basically sculpt the sofa. And I think that was one of the most fun process, because we're working together with Deca's craftsmen and we're actually refining the shape, sculpting it along the way. So that was a very, very rewarding process. And also, I think, it looks very easy, okay, it's just an armrest, backrest, but actually, in order to achieve that sort of floating effect, it's actually structurally quite challenging. So we have to find a way to fix it so that we don't see the structure, you don't feel the structure, but that it really supports everything. So this is some of the details of the one that we did for Milan. So this is not the one that's exhibited today, but just to give you an idea, the stone flow was really inspired by the flow of water carving stone. So that's why it's called stone flow, and creating these pebble shapes. So in the initial edition for Milan, we used marble legs to really represent this. And we wanted a slightly more sort of Japanese garden influence for this one. And what we love particularly is, and what we've achieved really well working with Deca was how the armrest, the backrest, and the seat gently converge, and there's no tension. It's really like a soft embrace, and that's really what we wanted. The stone floor is a very sculptural piece. It can really act as a statement piece in a home or hotel or anywhere, but we also wanted it to feel very comfortable. For us, it was very important that we have this joke in the office that the sofa is hugging you. When you sit on it, you feel really cradled, you feel really comfortable. So it's not just beautiful, but it's also incredibly comfortable. Yeah, so I think those details, I particularly love how the different elements come together, and Kenny describes in the video this sense of weightlessness, and that's really what we wanted, to have these really strong pebbles. They look heavy, in a way they look dense, but somehow it's quite poetic, the way they're just lifted off and that you feel like they're just hovering over the base. Really quickly, if we can show the video for the second video, because for the Hong Kong version, we wanted to have something that's much more inspired by the forest. So you can see that the legs have this wooden texture, carved wood, and then we chose a fabric that was much more inspired by the forest floor with some leaves on the floor. The music is quite upbeat, but Yes, so that's the one that's exhibiting currently in Hong Kong. So you can go and take a look. And so the fabric we chose was really much more inspired by like the forest. And when you're walking in the forest, looking up at the sky and seeing through the leaves the light and shadow interplay. And so for us, that was very very poetic. And then playing with the really balancing wood legs with the carved texture. Something wrong. I think lastly, just to finish, I wanted the sofa also to illustrate that it can be very playful. You know, I have 2 kids, Kenya and I have 2 kids, and when I was small, actually one of my core memories with my grandma is actually the Togo sofa from Rosé, because we would jump on it, climb on it, tumble roll on it, you know, fight on it, whatever. And I was talking with my sisters and my cousin, and we all remember the Togo sofa so well. So for me, I also wanted the sofa to have this element of play. Maybe we can play the third video. To have this element of play, and you know, for adults or kids to be able to just really be playful with it and have fun. And that's also why I love that there's this sort of gap in the middle where kids can peek their head through, they can climb through it, and I can really envision it being both a statement piece or a very friendly social sofa. Yes, I think I'm out of time, so yeah, I think that's it. I mean, it comes in lots of different fabrics, lots of different finishes, and we're currently developing with Decca the rest of the collection to be launched in a couple of months. So we're very excited to share the rest of the collection. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lohan, for your very inspiring presentations. Thank you. Well, next we will have CK Chen from Decca Furniture Limited, a distinguished manufacturer known for quality craftsmanship. Please welcome CK.
Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm CK Chen from Decca Furniture. We are truly honored to take part in this event organized by Hkidw. It is a great opportunity to connect with all local talented designers and collab with the Beam Bureau team on the Stonefold Sofa series. Throughout this partnership, Beam Bureau played a key role in the design progress, bringing fresh and inspiring ideas to our team. It is beautiful and happy. It's a happy journey anyway. With half century of experience in furniture manufacturing, Decca has worked with internationally well-known design on projects in worldwide, and also developed original furniture collection with global designers. Sorry. For the Stonefold series, production and quality control followed by Citizen Stacker standards, which is the path to sustainability. Let me briefly introducing Citizen Stacker. In the past decades, as Stacker has emerged in the global marketplace, it has become evident that we must move forward in our role as a citizen of the world, and aware and active citizens who does it share to address the needs of society and the environment. Citizen Stacker is our way of identifying who we are and our intention to pursue more efficient method of business development to ultimately become a truly sustainable cooperation. As a leading FF&E manufacturer, we know that, like every business, we are part of the challenge of maintaining environmental sustainability. We use materials and energy, sometimes create waste. But as a global business, we can also be a part of the solutions. We can build green principles into every new product, like Songfo. Those green labels are ISO, led by US Green Building Council, Green in Growth for lower chemical emissions. Also, FSC for sustainable forestry. Yeah, I think time is fine. All right, yeah, let me just, thank you. And last, I would like to thank Hkidw again for the organizing this event, and the Bean Bureau team for their all dedications. Together, we have brought Stonefall, a brand of Eastern design and craftsmanship, from Milan back home to Hong Kong, making this exhibition even more meaningful for us. Thank you. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you to CK for your invaluable insights. Thank you very much. Now it is time to hear from Christina Standaloft and Jay Jordan, co-founders of Craft of Both, who will share their design philosophy and innovation approach. Let's warmly welcome Christina and Jay. Warm applause, please. Thank you very much. I'll hand the stage to you to share the creativity. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello? Cool, okay, great. Is that okay? Thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you. I think, do you guys just want to? Hello, okay, great, lovely. Okay, fantastic. Thank you for having me. Very exciting to be here today. I'll make sure I speak to the mic. I'll stand off to the side. Very nice to, move this a little bit. Sorry, one sec. Great to be here today with great company and mentors and friends. Thank you to Hkidw for having us as well again. My name is Jay, and together with my partner and co-founder Christina, we are Craft of Both, and together with our fantastic manufacturer Made, we are the co-creators of the Moon series, which is the piece that you see up there and is exhibited in the pavilion next door. It's our interactive sculptural furniture series. Oh, if I go back. Okay, in any case. Great. So we're very happy to introduce the Moon series today. Whilst it stands alone as a discrete piece, we thought it would be nice to share some of the kind of lineage and story behind its conceptualization. It speaks for itself, as you can see. It's kind of fun it's very legible and nothing really too difficult to understand within itself, but the kind of narrative behind it is actually quite rich, and we like to share it. So if I quickly... So briefly on ourselves, we're a relatively new studio based in Hong Kong, but with international kind of background, specialized in interior architecture and installation, with a kind of eclectic project range, some kind of snapshots here. But what we hope are with bold kind of spatial strategies and approaches that enrich these projects. And so across these project types, we try to push the ways that we construct and inhabit space, whether it's a townhouse or a micro apartment or a large workplace or small or any kind of eclectic mix that we've been lucky to get. Bold spatial strategies generally enrich and don't actually inhibit or take away from the beautiful, comfortable environment, and speaking to the needs of the client. And so, in fact, it's actually when we introduce these frictions and dialogues, these kind of more interesting, radical ideas into the design, that for us, it becomes something more special. And so, it's this balance, these dualities that are the core of our work. And so contrast, especially of form and surface, of color and texture, of kind of static elements, dynamic elements. And this ethos is stitched into the way that we work. Dualities and dialogues are never one thing without the other. And so often very collaborative, transparent, and conversational process of design. And this ethos makes it such a pleasure this makes us pleasure when we get to work with such talented, external suppliers, external providers and manufacturers like MADE, and really enrich the work that we do. And so today we're here to introduce the new furniture series, Mood series, but we thought it would be valuable to kind of contextualize it within a kind of a lineage of investigation that's taken place within our studio, almost unconsciously, where the conceptual approach for the piece, the Mood series, kind of derives. And so for us, it's as part of an ongoing spatial experimentation kind of journey that's to do with the ways that we carve and partition and inform space. And so the idea of the partition, across our interior projects, which are broad kind of so far in terms of scale and budget and foot traffic and use, we've begun to notice a particular reoccurring trend, specifically regarding partitions, walls, interior walls, dividers, screens, the traditional fixed architectural elements that define and kind of outline spaces. What we find is that due to a range of elements and kind of factors that everyone here will be aware of, our approaches for how we construct and these partitioning elements, particularly in Hong Kong, is becoming necessarily more creative and diverse, more dynamic and varied. And so as the ways that users, clients engage with and think about their spaces evolve, things like limited space in Hong Kong, prevalence of open plan concepts, hybrid living and working, multifunctional spaces, and savvy designers, users who are aware of the value of future-proofing, and also kind of leasing and reinstatement needs, results in an urgency for flexibility that serves these needs. And so the solidity, the idea of the solidity of the interior wall melts away and becomes something more necessarily vibrant and frenetic. And so back to this slide, we realized that we'd organically kind of be investigating and iterating upon this topic and this investigation. And so these systems that we're developing over time and now are arriving at the Moon series allow us to be more bold and uncompromising with the design strategy, despite strict limitations and considerations of site and context and budget. And so even in a kind of simple workplace environment, the partition itself is reimagined as a kind of porous, living, moving, tactile, and highly redeployable kind of system. Not a passive backdrop, but actually a central character in the space and defining character in the space. Very tactile and interactive. The partitioning strategy in this case calls for a provision of high degree of transformability, the ability to customize entire environment per where people are sitting, per personal preference and per event. And so meets the ground also responsibly and impermanently as well. So very easy to reinstate, to move, to take the design with you to a future site very easily. Also being very clever with material and functionality as well. Please. Yeah, so each module becomes essentially part of each module is a simple lightweight assembly, which means that the beauty and the kind of performance of the larger space is informed by the composition of each element, the layering, and the kind of the way that we guide them and build them and construct them into a larger kind of landscape. And so in this case, the partitions also included an acoustic dampening layer on the reverse side, allowing staff who are in the open arrangement setting otherwise could control the level of visibility and connection with the central open area and between themselves, and also filter the light. So it becomes a kind of filtering element as well. And so the main architectural character of the space becomes more of a collection of individual living, moving members. And so the whole system can be at any point lifted up, disassembled, moved, moving buildings and spaces and locations are reassembled by the client with ease in situ. And so it becomes almost a product design project, a kind of industrial design project. But yeah, so the idea of recomposition and manipulation is designed into the system, which is not only functional, but also becomes a novel and engaging feature. People like the idea that you can change things and switch things, and you can actually enact some kind of agency over your space in a fun and enjoyable and simple way. For example, here in a very different context, a kind of luxury residential interior, this modular operable partition strategy is used to control privacy between very discrete domains, but also an environmental control. So it filters and bounces light on the mirror surface deep into the core of the plan from the kind of wide window balconies. So the finishes in assembly are different here, much more kind of luxe and very different context, but the operational mechanism is the same. The transformability is the same, and the concept is basically the same. Here, though, here we begin to express the details that make express the details that make the flexible nature more obvious to the user, the kind of the pivot points, handle details, frames, and kind of nuts and bolts, and kind of expressing and embracing the beauty of the transformability and modularity of the system. So the idea of the the function mechanism of a system being concealed into the design and hidden away actually maybe runs counter to the future of design as we see it. I think it's nicer to kind of express these things, which is something we've been learning more. It's also nice that it becomes actually just a beautiful element within the space with a natural rhythm always. And so another kind of workplace project, but larger, and a larger space for a larger international corporate firm. The partitions here are functional, but also key celebrated features. And so here we begin to experiment with stretching fabric, elastic fabrics over modular rigid frames, which are easily collapsible and erectable. So which allows us to play with layering and transparency and control privacy, but also permeability, and it can be always switched out. And here again, it's important to be relocated, reassembled, and refastened into position. And again, here the actual form, the volume, and the kind of architecture of the space becomes composed by how these modules are arrayed and reassembled. And so each can be added and switched with very easily. And so across the larger office, we use the same systems to attach to kind of create bold graphic visions and define spaces by what they need, whether they need to be opaque, blocked, or transparent. And we begin to fall in love with the idea of this modular sentiment, celebrating rather than concealing the potential kind of ephemerality of the pieces and their industrial details. And so the relationship between the structural frame, which is modular, and the lightweight face or the kind of skin which it attaches to becomes something we're interested in. And so in another very different direction, but the exact same logic, we had the pleasure to be commissioned to design spaces for the Hong Kong Open, which is actually a ballroom dance event, which is great, you should look at. But for a temporary installation, which they design VIP spaces and kind of pop-up spaces, challenge ourselves to design a space which is entirely made of this dialogue of skin and frame, using extremely lightweight and biodegradable materials, basically paper, to construct folding members which can collapse, retract, and reform, but interlock together to create these expansive walls and areas. And so we find that when its partitioning system is responsible, when the partitioning system that you design is responsible and easily deployable, then you can really push the kind of radicality of the design with the composition. And you can start to vary color, orientation, size, and then you have a very easily kind of flexible and transformable kind of domain. And so this is the kind of thread of investigation that takes us to now what we have as a discrete kind of product and a celebration of these ideas, which is the Moon series. And so this line of investigation has been consistent across our projects and leads us to here and our great relationship with Made, the manufacturer, where we push these spatial ideas about partitions and modularity and the beauty of a fully flexible system, what that grants us, and how we can distill this into something that is very human scale and a very deliberate and a very clear message. And so around this time, we also, of course, fell in love with the idea of the Chinese paper fan as an object and as an artifact. It's very evocative, it's tactile, it's instantly recognizable, everyone knows what it does and how it works, but also has a beautiful and kind of legible relationship with space, thanks to its elasticity and geometry. And so a functional accessory that feels like it has a lot of potential. And the idea of this, the flexing and moving motion ability to kind of carve and define space at any one time is very fascinating. And so the question is how to transform this, the beauty and the simplicity of a fan, into an inhabitable sculpture with frame and form and a kind of a permeability to it. And so, the idea of capturing within one piece very clearly and kind of communicating and celebrating the potential possibilities of movement, every potential possibility of movement within a single frame, almost like capturing a movement in time or a fan dance within a single piece. And so that where we arrive at the kind of geometry of the Moon series, a modular spatial landscape in a constant state of movement, comprised of two discrete pieces, the smaller 60-degree Moon chair and the larger 120-degree angle Moon bench. And the two of them have a very precise radial geometry, which we work together with Made to produce, which allows for a fixed kind of rhythmic timber structure, as seen here, which sets a stage for the evocative kind of inhabitable framework that invites users to engage in a kind of fan dance of kind. You can kind of actually compose and choreograph the outlook and silhouette of the space via the addition of additional modular customizable fan models, which you can see in the pavilion over the road. So you can add basically anywhere along the span, you can add the fan models. So it has infinite, basically possibilities, thousands of possibilities for variation within this kind of rhythmic radial array with complete potential it's a full potential for complete transformation and reinterpretation. And so it's resolved into effectively these very strict geometries, a consistent angle of 120 degrees, thirds essentially, in both plan and section, which results in a kind of comfortable and habitable piece, which can at one moment be in a kind of elegant, understated frame, and then the next completely envelop you within kind of massive soft fabric folds. and is achieved via concealed attachment points, magnetic, arrayed across every point of the frame, every key node. So the pieces can be customized and infilled in infinite variety, transforming the footprint and volume and function of the piece completely according to need or preference, up to whatever you like. And so, as with our studio's past projects presented previously, once the logic and the kind of legibility and reliability of the system is produced, the fun kind of comes from how the users and how visitors reinterpret and transform the piece across time, and effectively the changing choreography. And so the attachment process is a designed process. It's very tactile, it's deliberate, it's enjoyable. You learn very quickly how to do it, and you learn very quickly what you can do and what you'd like to do and how to experiment and push the boundaries. It's very deliberate as well. So it encourages you to really appreciate and examine the piece in detail and kind of get down close to it. And so the relationship is always intimate and direct, and something special about engaging with it. The fan attachments are also available in a range of finishes and textures and colors, and can be seem to almost slice through the piece. Or with more, you can kind of create volumes and create clouds of fabric. And so it creates a very deliberate visual impact. And so the moon bench, the larger 120-degree version, becomes a more expansive version where the transformation is even more dramatic. And fans that project out from the frame really begin to explode out into the space. Front-facing partitions of varying levels of kind of color, transparency, and finish can become basically potential dividers between a larger bench landscape. And so as the fans begin to populate, they grow to a volume which softens and transforms.
The Moon series strives to elevate a static seating experience into a dramatic, boundless choreography of space and body. We really wanted to create something to be in a constant state of unfolding.
At its core, it's really about this kind of study and fascination we've had with the Chinese paper fan, which is an iconic characteristic, but it has a really unique ability to transform and claim 3D space. It has a deceptively simple but precise geometry that allows it to kind of achieve this flexing and folding motion.
The central qualities of the Moon series is the addition and removal of the fan modules.
The geometric purity of the Moon series is crucial to its success. It's a series of identical elements arrayed around a single radius curve, which is holistically tied to the entire piece. The Moon bench and Moon chair actually are also in dialogue, so it can be arrayed together to create a very deliberate but snaking, continuous, endless spatial landscape.
So the Moon series is a sculpture, it's a piece of furniture, and it's also a dialogue. Though it's fixed in place, it's also constantly moving.
Though the Moon series fixed elements establish the pace and the rhythm of the piece, the kind of choreography and the dance of the space is really imparted by the user. So we're really excited to see what people come up with, how they reinterpret our design to create their own choreographies.
And so that's to share some of the kind of potential phases of the moon, the kind of variations and possibilities that are available. But you'll see that even in what we're exhibiting next door, there are dozens, thousands more variations and options when you begin to look at new finishes and new sizes of the fan modules as well, and new iterations and possibilities. And so beyond the kind of control and variation afforded by each piece within itself, the pieces themselves, the moon chair and moon bench, are actually in dialogue as well. So when combined, they kind of give a sculptural landscape with exponentially more potential faces and forms and silhouettes. So allows the Moon series to become effectively a multi-person experience, something that's more continuous and endless, a radical transformation of footprint, where there can be a clear order, on the left side, you can go for clear order and kind of systemize two volumes, or you can begin to disrupt the order and create something more kind of, more of a dialogue between the two pieces. And so this is informed entirely by how its users define it. Become more of a kind of two-person or more-person and playful experience. In this case, a wider lounge bench setting when the two are arrayed right beside each other to form a half circle, which can then be softened by adding more fans to create basically an ephemeral or kind of ephemeral volumetric cloud-like presence. And equally, the meeting points, the junctions between, and the meeting between one chair and another is designed as well. So it's engineered for kind of seamlessness of the rhythmic form of the seats as well. And so what we see are basically potentially limitless possibilities for variation and control And when we include the allowance for different finishes and textures and sizes, then this exponentially multiplies. Thousands of options. If you do the math, thousands of options are available. And very quickly also, you get the sense that beyond this as well, as the variation continues, you can also, there you go, they can also multiply. So the pieces are modular and in dialogue between each other as well. So when you populate them even more, you get a broader landscape, which can become really radical and quite insane, but really fun as well, but very functional at the same time. So you can inhabit many different types of spaces, indoor, outdoor, lounge spaces, lobbies, these kind of things. Omnidirectional landscape with partitions, enclosures, and highlighted areas and domains is very dramatic. And so yeah, we're very excited to be sharing the Moon series now, finally, with you all. And so we invite you to interact next door with the Moon series and kind of just define your own forms and configurations and choreographies. And we're happy to see what kind of playful choreographies are possible. So thank you very much. Yeah. I think maybe, I'll invite, I guess, Arthur to come, Arthur Lee from MADE can come join, as we have, I think, a video that shows his work as well. But you want to?
Thank you very much for Jay's wonderful sharing. Another warm applause for Jay for his incredible speech. Thank you very much. I know that's upcoming, there's a video showcasing, right? So may I also invite Arthur Lee from MADE, the manufacturer behind this wonderful creation, and to showcase our incredible design. Thank you very much. Please, can I invite Arthur to showcase and give us a very meaningful speech? Thank you. So I hand the stage to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great things come upon waiting and patience. So just give our technician another few more minutes to handle the video. Thank you very much for your patience. We'll have it done soon. Thank you. And also, we will have a Q&A section after some other presentations. So make sure that you stay till the end to join our Q&A section, and you can brainstorm some question ideas in your mind first. Later on, we will have some more guests to join us on stage and present their ideas, and we can have more discussion afterwards. So now another warm applause for Arthur Lee from MADE to share his insights. Let's welcome Arthur.
Hi everyone. I'm Arthur. From MADE, a local wood furniture manufacturer. Thank you Hkidw for having us today, and also happy to team up with Craft on Both, Jay and Christina. And before I talk about the Moon series, let me introduce a bit who we are. Yep, we are a bit nostalgic and also a bit innovative. We want to reduce the waste, but also embracing the craftsmanship. And the key of it is made to order, because usually when we make the furniture, there's a lot of waste when we're making it. So we try to be environment friendly. So we discuss with our clients, talk about their faults, and then we share our joinery and also the craftsmanship with, and then we made the prototype and easier for them to understand for the final outcome. And let me show you some project we previously do. And this one, we team up with a designer firm, and you can see the whole series is a bit black. And as they want something black, really black with layers. So to them, which is a traditional Japanese style for the outdoor, but we bring it to indoor. We want the people to feel differently, because we always want something different. And this year we've done something new. We tried something more about other thing. This is indigo. We did in local, and also we mixed with some local upcycled plastic and also the soil ceramic. So we have a good mix of different texture, different craftsmanship. I think it's kind of like bringing this old thing to the new to us. So for this time, for the moon, sorry, we got something more here. And here's some details on the indigo. You can see it is different from the really a factory one, because usually when they do, they will have a same blue color, but for the indigo, they will have a wide range and lively blue color that you can never have it. So I think it's kind of good to have something lively. For the Moon series, and we are happy to have something different from our past, because for usually our furniture, we are making something in a square or rectangular, but Jay bring us to something out of the box, which is in a fan shape. So we have a chance finally to make something special, just like this one for the joinery. This is traditional one. You usually see on the side. You can see we did it without the joinery, so it is quite sturdy when we sit on it. I think everyone can have a try, a sit, or feel it in the art pavilion. So feel free to ask. Thank you for everyone today. Oh, here are some details. But I think everyone has shown already in the video, so I would suggest everyone to give a try rather than just a photo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you again very much. Let's enjoy the video.
Sorry, because I think there's no audio. Just so it's clear, yeah, this is Maid's production of the Moon series, short film that we made as they were making it, just so you get a sense of the kind of all the love that went into it and the fantastic craftsmanship of the team. Yeah. you. Thanks for your patience there. We
Wow,
enjoyed it.
thank
It's,
you very much.
But you can.
Again, warm applause to both Arthur, Christina, and Jay. Thank you very much for your very insightful sharing. And I would say that the craftsmanship is very detailed, and the art piece cannot be done without the dedication of both the manufacturer and the designer. Thank you very much again for sharing with us the amazing video. Next, we are honored to welcome Arnold Wong and Ted Lai Wong, co-founders of ARTA, to share their insights. Let's welcome them. They will share their expertise in architectural design. Thank you. Welcome, Arnold and Ted.
Hello, everyone. So thank you for having us here today. So to introduce our furniture design, I think first we need to show you our development as our company. So first of all, seems there's a trend today that we are all architects to begin with. So Arnold and I, we had a lot of experience before we started our company. Arnold's worked in Sana in Japan and UN Studio in Netherlands. And I worked in ARK in Hong Kong as well as Beijing. And then we went when we were working at IDIS. So yeah, at IDIS we were on the same team and we were working on a lot of really unique projects. So I was very lucky to be in charge of these projects, such as the one on the left is office building in Wan Chai. It's the first in Hong Kong that is using the so-called open space approach. This allows the tower to be very large at the top, to have more valuable floor space. And this also influenced our design of the tower from large at the top and then curving very elegantly to the bottom. On the right is another project which is for Takshing Investment Company for their redevelopment. But the special part of that was even the hoarding design, they were very willing to spend some money and to make it look good. So I believe at the time it was the first of its kind of hoarding in Hong Kong that was done to such extravagance. Also, yeah, I was very lucky to work on some innovative hotel architecture projects as well as residential buildings. And Arnold also was also very fortunate to be able to lead a very unique shopping mall and office tower project for Sino Properties. So it's after those years at IDIS together where we felt we have this very this bond from our passion of doing good design and innovative architecture. So we started joining these competitions in 2020. And we're, again, very lucky. We joined 4 of them and we won all 4. So this gave us the confidence to come out and start our own company, which was ARTA in 2021. So we spent a lot of time thinking of what our name would be. We had some very disastrous ideas to begin with, but we finally settled on ARTA, which it stands for art and architecture, and it shows how for all our projects, we always try and use artistic concepts to inspire our architectural designs. To give an example, the first competition we entered was a competition for an entrance gateway for a Chinese New Year market. So we thought, oh, we should explore this idea of fireworks. So we studied the forms of fireworks and the motion of how it explodes. And so we thought, oh, maybe if we place this firework here, it's not interesting enough, but if we explode it, it forms this gateway, which is the point of the competition. And it allows people to walk inside and to experience fireworks from another perspective. So, and the result was, it didn't get built, but we believe it was a very interesting interpretation of fireworks and also a more sustainable way to celebrate fireworks in Hong Kong. So since then, we have developed our company to work in many different disciplines, such as architectural design, landscape, interior, and art installation. So we believe that by doing so many different typologies, it really allows us to keep expanding our creativity.
So, in the past few years, we were very fortunate to work on over 30 to 40 public space in Hong Kong. And all of these projects have the common goals of encouraging community interactions. And we want it to be like arts that is open to interpretations. And in a challenging environment, we hope to stimulate people's sense and emotion to live up their emotions. So this is one of our very first few projects. The egg shape is actually a ventilation shaft for the Wan Chai and Central Bypass. We challenged it to brief. Originally, they asked us to dress up the egg, but then we actually proposed a pavilion that echo with the Victoria Harbour logo you see in the center top. And in this project, we used 30,000 recycled bottle caps to create this gradient color to celebrate the brand. And we believe art installation is not sculptures. So in this project, we create a multi-dimensional experience. It's not only to look at, but you can actually go inside. A lot of kids like to play hide and seek. And you can actually have an infinity mirror and a see-through mirror at the center of the piece. At a city scale in the aerial photo, you will see it is a lighting sculpture for the city. There's some delay. And this project, it was one of the very first field competition we won. We want to always create added value for our client. Originally, they only asked for Victoria Harbour 15 letters, but we create hollow space in each of these letters, so people, kids, elderlies can freely interact with each of these words. And in the Symphony of North Point, we found that North Point has the worst aging population matters in the area. So a lot of teenagers, they don't really hang out in North Point. They go to Causeway Bay, they go to Mong Kok. So we use sound as an installation medium to hopefully bridge strangers together. For example, while we were visiting this installation, we also met a lot of new friends in North Point. So art installation, we believe, has the power to break down social barriers. And we, in this modern world, we also believe in sustainability. In the past 6 years, we have been developing this translucent recycled glass. And in this particular project, we work with Swire Properties, and we spent 6 months to collect recycled glass bottles from their F&B tenants in Citygate in Tung Chung, and we turned them into 1,000 pieces of recycled glass butterflies that are a permanent piece at their largest atrium. And we also embrace art technology. This is a modern interpretation of a 許願樹, a wishing tree, and you can trigger the lighting effect by making a wish at the center of the tree trunk. And we work in many scales. This is probably our second furniture design, the Tai Kwun chairs. This is a very simple design. We want to create the feeling of Tai Kwun architecture, the floating modern architecture in a historical background. And this 200 chairs are actually flexible to move around. So whether you have a movie night or you have a performance, you can free to move it around. And we were so fortunate to receive the Furniture of the Year from the Frame Awards 1 year ago, right here at this stage. And we are Hong Kong U alumni, so we also created their 111th anniversary artwork. This is our largest project so far. It's a 20,000 square meters waterfront promenade connecting the Kai Tak Sports Park and the residential area. Back then, we only had 4 people in the office, and we were pitching against 5 well-established architectural firms. But we, just like our furniture, we with a little bit of hope and stubbornness, we worked so hard. The 4 of us spent a month on this project, and a few months ago, it is finally realized. One of the special features is not very iconic, but there's actually no balustrade in the 600 meters waterfront. We created a 600 meters long harbor step that promote a water-friendly culture that people can walk closer to the waterfront. And we want to, with a limited budget and time, we want to create as human-oriented design as possible. So there is a public toilet, a playscape, and an amphitheater that allows people to have picnics here. And we are very fortunate to have received international awards and to be here today. And there's a lot of press and media to talk about our public space, which leads to one of a very exciting project that Ted is going to introduce.
So this project is about to be completed. It's at Central Harbourfront in front of the AIA observation wheel. So it's for the Hong Kong Maritime Museum, and the main purpose was to celebrate this very historical anchor that they have. But we decided that it needed to have a more interesting backdrop, so we created a pavilion, which is, we spent a long time thinking about how to make this pavilion interesting. So we came up with this idea where it's a reinterpretation of traditional and modern boat forms. And we also inverted the structure, so we reveal the structure to the outside. So it becomes more of an educational experience for the users. As well as in the inside is an organic and smooth surface, and it allows the display of art projections. At night on the facade, it becomes a lighting sculpture, both the anchor and the pavilion, and it displays abstract patterns of the waves in the sea, and also shows the fluidity of the sea. So yeah, we're very excited for the completion, which should be soon, and one of our first architecture projects in Hong Kong. Another one that is on the way is these 2 houses in Dinggao. The concept was we used this twisting concept to be able to maximize the best sea views, and at the same time it creates different kinds of outdoor spaces for users. This project we are also very happy with. It was for the Aberdeen Boat Club. So this was the before photos of this very historical boat club. So we use concepts of having very nautical forms, but at the same time preserving a lot of very historical elements. So for example, we were faced with a lot of challenges of the existing spaces, such as the existing lobby. It has a very low arch entrance here. It's much lower than this photo suggests because our colleague there is not too tall. But we use this idea to celebrate this hexagonal form of the lobby, and we use this trick to make it appear as if it's higher than it is. So yeah, this project we also found was very successful, and we're very lucky to be a part of. A bit more is we also are doing a hotel renovation in Cheung Kwan O. This project is special because it was actually not a full-on renovation. So if you look at the hotel room, on the left side, the wallpaper and the headboard is actually retained from the existing hotel room. So we had to think of ways to pair materials and colors and textures to really work in harmony with the existing design. We've also done simple projects such as locker rooms as well, because the client had this very specific request: make it look like not a locker room. So we used twisting forms, and we used different colors and gradients to, which was really inspired by the ocean outside the hotel of this project. But yeah, we believe we also achieved it. Okay. So we're very lucky to have many different types of clients and partners. And we've done some bar designs in Central, inspired by shisha forums. We have a project in Japan currently ongoing. And we've also done some offices that are inspired by nature. So Arnold will go through our furniture design now.
Yeah. So thank you very much for Hong Kong IDA for giving us this opportunity to realize Clover Collective, and also our team, Natalie, for helping us. And in this kind of challenging economy and environment, we want to create something that is uplifting and hopeful. So the furniture is actually inspired by 4-leaf clover, Sei Yip Chou, that symbolize faith, hope, luck, and luck. And wait. Prosperity, okay. And like I said earlier, we worked on a lot of public space. So for something as small as a furniture, we want to still instill these common goals in our public space projects. So the modularity really want to encourage various modes from social interactions, whether you are alone, a solitude, or you are having a gatherings with friends. We want it to be a social piece. And we were very lucky to debut it in Milan Design Week along with other 9 designers. And we have a wonderful opening at the studio at the exhibition designed by Atelier Yi. And in terms of the material, we actually worked with Jay and Styles Group and Maggie. And we used discarded plastic to upcycle them into a 3D printable ABS and create this piece in a very efficient way. We can produce one piece in 5 days, maybe 2 days for 3D printing and 2 days for post-productions. We have a short video to play. So this video is also taken by very talented Jay. The 5 layers actually represent the very challenging growth stages of a clover leaf. And the foundation forms a very sturdy base. And at the top, we hope it creates a very comfortable surface for people to sit on. So I have invited many people to sit on it, because from the beginning, even myself or Natalie or Ted, we thought it's quite uncomfortable. But after so many rounds of prototypes and iteration with Stars Group, we managed to create a very economical surface for people to comfortably sit on. So please do feel free to sit on it. Don't just look at it. And Milan Design Week was just amazing. The amount of visitors, the food, the wine, and the amount of design energy there. So we have a lot of chat with many friends, and they are so passionate to ask all about the details in these projects. And Milan Design Week was one of my best trips maybe in recent years, because we worked too hard, and there was COVID. And thank you for HKIDA. We have exclusive tours to Artemis showroom and to visit Steve Leung's first office in Europe. It was a fairly valuable experience to learn how a Hong Kong designer set his foot in a European stages. And the latest trend in design is also overwhelming. Like on the left, you have this personalized Google-made earphone. In the middle, 100% of this exhibit is made from recycled plastic. It's very advanced. And on the right-hand side, a 3D printed color gradient, which is also stunning by the Japanese designer. So we learned so much in the design week, actually. And of course, we work a lot in public space, and these site-specific installation really inspire us, whether it's the kinetic installation in the middle or the lighting exhibition on the right, which is interactive. It really pushes us as a Hong Kong designer to achieve a global standard. Also, just like the furniture, we hope Clover Collective is like a milestone of our company or we as designers. We began with 2 people sketching on a balcony to now 10 people with a team of interior designer, architects, and landscape designers. So we were very thankful and hopeful for the future. And again, we work in a very diverse field, especially in this modern era. We believe being open-minded in design, being diverse is very essential, especially with the emergence of AI and digitalizations. So you can see we have completed over 50 public and private projects in the past 4 years, and we believe each of them teaches a lesson and continues to push us to grow and to expand the Hong Kong design. And finally, a summary of our company. Many people ask us, it feels like you guys have a style, but we actually don't have a style. But we believe once we set a clear methodology, which is the combination of artistic concept to more functional architecture, we always tailor-made and be specific to each of our site, client, or users. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arnold and Ted, for the very inspirational speech. Now, let's welcome Jay Leung, co-founder of Stars Origin, the esteemed manufacturer behind this masterpiece. Please welcome Jay.
Okay, hi everyone. Working with an architect is actually quite a pain. But being a designer myself, I tend to be a pain towards my factory guys, towards every little detail that actually matters. So actually, being a startup for since 2023 until now, being a manufacturer, I've actually learned a lot. Being that side of the world. But that's why being a manufacturer, I really believe that really needs to change. In terms of how we do things, how we after service, how we actually approach our clients. Okay, so basically, we're Stars Group. One of our companies in mainland China is called Stars Origin, which is specialized in 3D printing. We have a team of experts that are in the technical side, in the aesthetic side, also in the R&D side. So that's why what we do in the whole group, we do spatial architecture, interior design, whatever you like to call it, 3D printing. What we actually want to do is actually want to make everything out of people's imagination. That's why one of our slogans is actually called Print Your Imagination. We actually are devoted into material research and development as well, because we are actually in the process of the STP system, where we are actually R&Ding residues from Chinese medicine to become materials in the future. And then we do a lot of different product design and developments, which I can actually show you guys in a little bit later on. But to define how we actually, being a new manufacturer or even a new company, we actually have to solve a lot of different problems that actually a lot of pain points that's affecting the industry at the moment. For example, inefficiency, high costs, material wastes, probably limited flexibility. In that side, because sometimes it's really hard, because sometimes a lot of manufacturers that I actually go to, they said, oh, I cannot do this. This is too hard. The cost is too high. I don't want to do it because it's only one piece. You know, what if, when I was actually setting up this company, I was actually keep on thinking, what if I can actually solve all these kind of problems? And of course, the environmental impact and the demand for sustainability in these few years is actually skyrocketing. So that's why we actually turn to 3D printing, because it actually can reduce a lot of time compared to traditional technologies, up to 50%. We can save at least 50% of the manufacturing costs, and we can actually save at least 40% of materials wasted compared to traditional technology. Since 3D printing is actually called a additive manufacturing method instead of subtractive. And then we actually can make this 100% circular, because in a circular economy style, I actually want every kind of product that we can actually recycle back, turn it back to in its original form, and then reprint. That's why in these 2 years, our company has actually scaled quite fast because of this demand. That's why because we are positioning ourselves to actually solve a lot of problems for corporations. How we handle the wastes, how we contribute to their ESG report, etc., etc., etc. And then let me go back. And then a little example of some milestones that we actually achieved because we are actually R&Ding a material called PHA, with residues such as coffee grounds, tea, or even orange peels, etc., etc. And because of this approach, we got awarded for to being a responsible company, to be a company with responsible consumption and production. And a lot of people ask us how we do it, okay? Because, for example, I'll take an ABS, for example. We take back a lot of different kind of waste, such as waste from yarn, disposal of waste yarn, coffee grounds, or even plastics. We waste scraps, or even earphone casings. And then we turn it back to, in its original form, and then reprint. When we introduce our company, because there are so many different kind of prints that we do, small, medium, large. So that's why we actually segregate it in this way. Small as in like a little accessory, or even a little trophy, or even like an architectural model. Medium as in like a product design, probably like a sofa piece, or even fashion items, or even these IP figures. Large as a Tesla, or even like a feature wall. These things we are able to be, it can be produced in a very fast and efficient way. And because to support that, because we have a lot of different kind of machines, we have large size, medium size, and small size. Working with art is actually a very good process. It's a very good learning curve as well, because every new project for us is a new difficulty. And being an architect, because Arno is very detail-orientated, and which, in its sense, I understand him. That's why stepping in his shoes, I always think what we want. If I were to design this piece, what we want. It's not just a product itself. Sometimes it's more on how we write the story, how we do it, and even from what we use, how we do it, the post-process, and even to packaging and delivery. And I think, and also the to-market strategy approach. I think a lot of manufacturers, traditional manufacturers, don't actually think about how we market this thing, or how we set this, how we contribute to the sales side of this piece. That's why we have a extensive marketing strategy, business strategy for just this piece itself. Because of this, we are already having, before today, this piece is already announced in, or even placed everywhere in, across mainland China. And these are some of the examples that, as far as Shanghai, it's the piece is actually showcased in a few media, or even in some talk events. Well, that's us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jay. Thank you again for your very great speech. Thank you. Well, to conclude this insightful section, we now open the floor for an engaging Q&A section. We'll invite 6 esteemed guests to come up onto the stage and join us on the Q&A section. So for the rest of the audiences, you may brainstorm some questions and feel free to ask the questions later to our guesses. So now may I invite Joey Ho, design partner at Pale Design, Lohem Vo, co-founders of Bean Bureau, and Christina Standeloft and Jay Jordan, co-founders of Craft of Both, Arnold Wong and Ted Lai Wong, co-founders of Auto Architects, along with CM Zhao, co-chairman of the Hong Kong Interior Design Week and co-chairman of Hong Kong Interior Design Association, to take the stage for this very interactive discussion. We will invite our guests to come up on the stage and give a Q&A section. So for audiences up there, you can brainstorm any ideas to ask our officiating guests, the manufacturers, and the designers. Welcome, please be seated. Take your time. So following up, I will, can I have Please be seated. Thank you. So I'll give the time to you all. Thanks a lot.
I think we should ask them questions.
Yes. Any questions?
Oh, no, we have questions.
You host it?
Oh, I'm the host. Okay. Hi. Thanks for coming. Staying till now. We're having our first Q&A sessions. May I know if any of you have any questions on the floor that for our distinct? Okay. Do you have another mic for him? Thank you.
Thank you, CM. How do you perceive the furniture's connection to the exhibition theme of urban reflection? And in your opinion, does the furniture show any distinctive elements that are characteristics of Hong Kong landscape or culture that you would like to bring up?
For me?
Yeah,
okay.
for you or for everyone here.
I thought I'm a host or only. Okay, I think for my opinion, this program is really pretty successful, because we merge with different cultures of Hong Kong. I mean, Hong Kong is a mixed culture city, so having such a good team, I mean, out of the 10 designers unit, is this very good chance for us to showcase a design, Hong Kong design force for us. So representing the, I mean, up and coming Hong Kong trend or more fashionable design for us, that will be very successful. We hope this to be continued furthermore too. Thank you.
Hello, thank you speakers for a wonderful presentation today. I train as an architect, but I now run a manufacturing business. And I always have this clash between experimental pieces, where it's a one-off, you spend a long time investing in the design and prototyping, and then you launch it in a wonderful session like this, and then how that investment then eventually hopefully leads to some sort of commercial sense later on down the line for your businesses. So I just want to, my business is also quite young. I want to understand, like, from your perspective running a business, how this sort of investment makes sense. Thank you.
Entrepreneurs. So I'll invite Jay and Christina to answer a question as a young entrepreneur, okay?
Okay, one benefit of youth. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think there's another Jay on the panel. It probably is better to answer. Oh, no, Jay's, oh, okay, he's up there. Okay, never mind. Hiding from the answer. In terms of, well, I mean, for us, my answer might be a little bit kind of arty-farty, but I mean, the investment that we put into prototyping and innovating, basically progress in industry, in design, in my opinion, comes from radical steps forward. So if you invest, as you say, prototyping, I think it's about the direction, the intentionality, and maybe the force of the prototyping process. So in this case, what you've seen today is very much a big prototyping session. Everything was developed at speed, but very directly and decisively. And so the result is very quickly quite cooked, kind of, what's the word, like validated, comprehensive, finished products across what otherwise might have taken, years to produce. Some of these products, and many of them actually come from, it seems like, years of iteration and investigation, and maybe a kind of general methodology or conceptual lineage. But the final process was driven by only the past few months and maybe a year of actual work and communication between designer and manufacturer. So I think in terms of how to, when we talk about, I kind of empathize with you when it comes to prototyping that might feel aimless or otherwise investing a lot of time in something that might not pay off in a way. But that I would probably ameliorate with the intention and the directness and the quality of the collaboration, which produces quality prototyping. If the prototype comes out as well as these prototypes have, I think you're probably going to be pretty well off when it comes to the return you get from that. I think aimless prototyping that maybe sits stagnant or isn't driven by a kind of force or kind of, in our case, maybe a passion, that might feel maybe that it's falling flat. So that's why I think that a scheme like this, a kind of collaborative exhibition like this, where we're really driven to collaborate for reasons more than profit, more than the necessarily long-term investment, but as a side product possibly. These things end up having the peripheral effect, the side effect of becoming profitable later. So yeah, as from a business standpoint, I'm the best person to answer this anyway. But from a kind of conceptual and approach standpoint, that's my kind of thinking. I think it's our thinking on prototyping versus profit later on in the investment. Yeah.
If I can just add, when we started this whole process, we were really considering designing something that would be more commercially acceptable, or something that we could sell on or mass produce, or we could take the route of creating something more sculptural and unique. Which I think has helped us because, we're relatively new and we're quite young, to really push our creativity and then, later on develop a way to design our chair that it can then become suitable for mass production or commercial use or something like that. So I think, you're investing in the creativity part, and then that will, as Jay mentioned, it'll pay off because, you'll get your name out there and then you get to develop your design to suit.
Hi, I would like to ask some question for the designers, as I'm one of the participants of this campaign. So for each of the designer, do you think if you have second chance, what to be enhanced of your existing piece? This is the first question. The second question, which I'm still struggling, is how do you plan to marketing your piece for the projects we just did it? So I would like to know about how do you think to make further step for your existing design works?
There are two questions, right? For the first one, it should be how do we
Maybe a
interpret
little
it
bit
again for the
enhancement.
second
What
one?
will it be?
Okay, I guess the first question goes to Joey because he's working on for that too.
So the first question goes for Joey, and the second one maybe Lohan, if you are willing to answer it. Thank you very much.
Okay, for my case, I think the first thing I come in mind is after interaction with the audience. I mean, the people that really touched our prototype and the experience, the furniture. Like after interaction, I think the first thing come in mind is how to reduce the production cost. This is the first thing that you can really bring out to the market. It's very direct. So first thing, the second piece, we start to think what are the things that we can refine, not just the outlook, but we want to bring down the cost. So that is my first priority. And in terms of marketing, I never think of that because I'm not good on that. We are designers, but we know that is important. But I think for me, I think the first priorities is we want the whole package that easier for not only for the manufacturer to bring to the market, also that I'm also confident to make it safe and also easy to transport. And we also think about how to reduce, how to pack the whole furniture because it's quite huge. So I think these are the things that is more of the afterthought, like because especially my piece is more a conceptual piece, so which is I think is we need more time to develop into actually a final product for sale. So I think it's a process, and that process I think is valuable for all our designers like us because we may be good in our field, but in terms of doing one good piece of furniture, I think for myself there's still a long way to go. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Loren's partner. The stone flow sofa for us is the first piece. I think for us, we would like to develop other variations of it to form a line, different heights, to widen the variety of potential end users. I think right now there's a big gap in the middle between it, so there's a curiosity there. You could put it in a commercial lobby. Two strangers can sit together. You could put it at home. There's a lot of questions that's come out from this first piece, and we feel like we can tailor the interests of all these feedbacks that we're getting to new pieces to suit more different environments. And then for me, I don't know if my answer would be the same as Loren, but probably not. But the second question was about how we might market it. I think the funny story for us is initially we weren't thinking of marketing it or publicizing. We thought let's follow our passion. We've always wanted to design a sofa. We should just design it for ourselves, use it for ourselves. Let's not show anyone. But actually, the feedback has been so amazing, and it's really opened up a lot of amazing conversations. We are speaking to Paris Design Week at the moment, and we're getting the sofa exhibited there as well in September. So there we're going to have new inquiries as well. So I think the sort of marketing is very, very organic right now. It's really following the different feedbacks that we're getting every day. So I'll pass the mic to my partner, who might give you a different answer.
No, I mean, I agree. I think for us, the stone flow sofa is already a very well-established piece because we've already done it in two variations with Deca, one for the Milan Design Week, one for the Hong Kong Design Week. So I feel like we've already improved it. You know, you'll see there's a lot of details that we were able to refine, and we were really able to improve it as much as we hoped. I think for us, because our clientele, you know, as I said in our introduction, we work with loads of different clients from different backgrounds, from workspace, residential, hospitality, retail, F&B. So we actually have a really wide network of hopefully clients who are going to purchase our sofa. We have one of our clients coming in later to check it out. So I think for us, you know, direct marketing is also good to just be able to specify our own product in our own projects. So hopefully that's going to work. And you know, we're very thankful for Hkidw, you know, being able to exhibit it in Milan and then in Hong Kong, and then next we're moving to Paris. I think, you know, building that recognition around our piece is very important. And you know, I know some of the participants already have got loads of awards and everything, so we're also working on that, submitting our piece for awards and trying to gain more recognition so that we can market it. In the little video we showed earlier, for the Hong Kong version of our sofa, we tried to make it a bit more playful, a bit more fun, try to target different audience just to show the potential. And I think definitely marketing in this day and age, you know, you do have to do it. So social media and all of that. And obviously Jay's an expert. We saw in your presentation how you get your pieces everywhere. So we're gonna have coffee and you'll tell me how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for the engaging discussion, and thank you our audiences for asking amazing questions. Thank you. So this section comes to the end. We will continue at 2:45 p.m. for the afternoon design forum section. See you all soon. Thank you again. Warm applause to all our guests. Thank you. I'll see you soon in the afternoon section. Have a great lunch. See you later.
Thank you。我哋係咪要揾人搬翻晒啲凳入嚟啊？
testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Oh. Testing, 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 testing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch break. Now let's dive into an exciting afternoon section filled with inspiring insights from one of the brightest minds in design and craftsmanship. To begin, let's welcome Max Lam, Designer Director of Max Lam Designs, who will share his expertise in design innovation. Please join me in welcoming Max. Let's welcome Max. Thank you very much. I'll hand the stage to Max. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is Max. Good afternoon. This is Max from Max Lam Designs. First of all, may I thanks for Hkidw for this program. I feel so honored and happy for this project. So let's begin our presentation. So maybe most of them not understand or know me before. So let me briefly talk about our brand, what our company doing. So from our logo, which we designed ourselves, which is inspired from my Chinese name, Lam Zihong, the name, the surname calligraphy called Lam. Oops. And then it's also incorporate with different elements inside, with a house, which means we are doing interior design, and we are also very focusing on some lighting design ambience. And I also very interested in a lot of art installation or artworks. So all these elements, we want to do the projects into a 2 stars, which is a remarkable performance. So from our company, we start in 2013. So from this 12 years, we work on a lot of projects, from residential projects, from commercial projects, from corporate projects. So our design philosophy is to create, not to follow, which means every project is unique, from unique client, unique space, unique experience. So we want to design a unique solution for our projects. So these are our commercial clients that we work with from all these years. From the first row is the developers, the second and the third row are those international corporate, and the fourth row and the fifth row is the local brand corporate. Among these years, we also so happy that our projects gained some international design awards, such as the Zane Frames Awards and Best of Years. So to start with, we design and build a lot of residential projects in Hong Kong and in Macau, from small apartment to medium-sized apartment to houses to villa. So this is one of the projects I like most, which I did around 8 years ago, which is called Translucent Japanese Residence. The client is a lady who likes Tando Ando, who is a very renowned and famous architect from Japan. So I'm so nervous and surprised to do this project by doing in Hong Kong a small apartments around 400 square feet. So we try to inspire from his projects to using a lot of natural light, a more airy space. So we designed a transparent master bathroom in the center. And we use a lot of details, such as the wooden panelings, niche on the right-hand side. And also, we study a lot of his projects to see that a lot of architectural elements can be put into the projects, such as you can see it from the bathroom, the countertop sink, we extended from the bathroom to the living space to become a small latch. And also you can see it from the small window from the paneling. So this is the design treatment that we want to infuse in the space. Also, this is a transparent bathroom, but how do we cope with her guests coming to the house? So we separate into the dry and the wet area so two people can use the bathroom in the same time. So this is another project that's in Tsim Sha Tsui, also a residential project, which around 15 minutes by walk from here. So it's entitled a very, very good Victoria Harbour view on the left-hand side. And when we are talking with the client that they don't need a television at home, they just want to enjoy the best view for the Victoria Harbour view. So we purchase and select a very nice couch at the middle area. And also we design a very nice, select a very nice Italian kitchen in the living space to connect the dining, cooking, and the living space in the whole house. So you can see that from different angles, the whole space are very subtle with lots of some luxury detail touch in the space. And we also designed some whiskey corner for the gentleman. And these are maybe, even though they have his own Pokemon figures. And this is the other project which is in Repulse Bay. So this gentleman has a very, very high standard of living standard. When we are dealing with this kind of rich people with very high living standard, we need to understand how they expect and how they live in the space. So understand that he has a lot of properties around the world, even though in Japan or in US. So we need to know about the expectation. For example, on the left-hand side, you can see that it is facing to the Repulse Bay. We suggest, we can build a small breakfast table facing along the seaside. So sometimes when we are doing some residential projects, we want to create everything should be very bespoke and very unique detail on, even though the lighting stripe or the lighting trough, how do we connect with the space? This is the breakfast table that I just mentioned. In the middle area, as I said, he has also a lot of properties around the world. He's very care about his bathing. So even though he want to have a Japanese shower area, we design in our modern way with the best sanitary bathing wear. And on the right hand side for his wife, there's a big window bay. So we suggest to have a good couch along the window bay, and with enjoying a good sunshine and good tea. And when she is reading. This is his master bedroom, and he taught me one sentence. He said, we need to have a good bath before we have a good sleep. If you have a good sleep, you will have a better day tomorrow. I think this teach me a lot, because at that moment I don't understand. But right now I fully understand a good sleep, you will have a better day tomorrow. That's why we put a lot of effort on the bathroom design. So this is other houses. What we did it in Hong Kong. We want to do it into very transparent, very spacious feeling. Even for this kind of clients, sometimes they want to have more privacy. So they want to build a fence or wall to surround their terrace to provide some privacy. So what we did is to suggest him to design the wall to be aligned with the interior wall with the same finishing on the wall and on the flooring so that we can extend these two areas from interior and to an exterior area. Again, the bathroom is one of the very important space for the ladies. And for the kids, we usually have to think about how the kids to play around, to draw around, to read around, to study around in the whole space. A master bedroom can be another bespoke area to showcase their own belongings. I think I have to skip this because we don't have enough time. Okay, maybe I can just drop a few points for this one. This project is one of the projects, the same owner from one of the projects I just mentioned with high standard living criteria. So during COVID, they cannot go out. So for this, they buy some apartment for their own purpose. So this is kind of some personal private man's cave. So this gentleman can use this space for drinking with friends, cigar, having massage, mahjong, or karaoke in the same space. So sometimes we need to be fully understand about how the client live with the space. They have the rooftop. We can face into the race course with a good outdoor dining experience as well. So what we designed in the previous projects is all about personal family to building a dream house for the husband and wife or kids. But when we are doing some commercial projects, which is completely different, we need to understand more about the brand identity, the culture, the history, the product's characteristic, the operation, a lot of things. So to start with, Daikin, I think most of us also know this brand in Hong Kong. That's we built the flagship store in Hong Kong. So to design this project, we want to create the first feeling in the lobby to be very cold, cool. The movement of the lights symbolize the wind before enter to the show house. So even though if we are talking about selling AC, can we see the wind? Can the wind to be visible? So as an interior designer, we are challenging if we can make the wind to be visible. So we design an installation in the center so that because this AC can allow the person to go into one direction and the wind will blow into other direction. So I want to show this feature to the audience. So that's why we're using some interactive sensor, lighting, and the curtain, so to allow the wind to be blow away, to be visible to the client. So the client will, the client will understand about how the AC to be work. Even though, you know, every AC, this kind of bulky unit is very big, we are told to present it in a nice way to show it is so cold and cool. That's why we build a very soft and smooth platform for that. And then we also build a very immersive rooms for them to test, for the client to enter to both rooms to feel different humidity, different temperature, different model of the AC, even though in the same size of the rooms. And we further discuss with the sales team what to be emphasized, or what do we want to sell for their products. One of the items are R32, which is a very environmental friendly AC series. So we build a completely different with plants, with wood, with curve, with lightings, everything to make the people to imagine their products align with the environmental feeling. So aside from some corporate international brand, these are some local brand that's young at men's style fashion store in Hong Kong. So it is very Japanese style. All the products are from Japanese. So our designs should be very minimalistic, very soft, and very clean. So we design on the right hand side. We design a display panel, wooden panel with lots of features in it. So we have the straps for the paneling, for the hanging system, for the shelf, for the jewel box, for the box. Everything we need to discuss a lot of items to be very customized for these items. So you can see throughout the space, it is very, okay, I think I need to move in fast. This is another fashion store for ladies. We use the natural light with the plants. We also design some bespoke shelving. And then this is also for a lady essential oil. And this kind of clean beauty, we design the shelving with some highlight features, playing with different materials. And this is the wellness center for massage. We designed the branding. We also design those massage rooms to be very immersive, to a silent space to match with the brand. And we also incorporate the brand logo into the wall sconces. And then this is quite successful. So we are working on the other projects of the same brand. And this is a latest listed company in Hong Kong, the office. So I think I need to move it fast. So sometimes the space is limited. For meeting room, sometimes we need to think about how to make it further. So this meeting room, we can knock it down, move away the door, and then combine the whole space into a display shelving system. Because they want to have a space for the buyer or the merchandiser to come to select each season's products. Okay, let's move on fast. So this is about the hospitality projects. We did it for restaurant. The most interesting part of this project is the client want to design something very soft, nice space for dining, but the management office don't allow it. They want to, because this site is in Mong Kok, is in the Sai Yi Gai, in the Sneaker Street. The management office want to have something about related to sports, but the client don't want to build something sports brand or some clubs, for example, Manchester Cafe. They don't want it. So what we want to do is to design a ceiling features in the center area. What I want to build it is a running track on the ceiling. So the running track with the lighting spots or the fire sports area. So to imagine it is the people to running around, but the management don't allow it. So what we do it at the end, I will told you how we fix it. But the client wants something soft for dining experience. So at last, we put some sticker on the running so that the management is okay for that. And the other one is another brand called Lifetastic, which is from a very local small restaurant, cafe. We did it for 7 stores for them. This is the first one in the one. We studied about they're doing the layer cakes, the watermelon layer cakes. That's why we're putting the ceiling and the wall with those layers to match with their products. This is the first one. And then the second one, we do it completely different by a lot of dark blue terrazzo. Also, we have some layering on the wall with another treatment. And this one is quite successful, which is in Festival Walk. which we designed a blue box to be put it in the atrium. That's 360 people can look around these items, this blue box, and the kids can go in by the small entrance, the adult on the taller entrance. And they also want to have some bespoke wall for photo shooting. We suggest to have a wall with the branding at the back. We use 392 pieces of oil painting for the products. Okay, I have to skip. And then so flat. And this one, and then the developer come to us and then ask if we can design something for them. So this one we inspired from the first project, which is the Japanese touch. So they asked if we can do it in more luxury way for their project. So this is very practical interior space by using Japanese culture. This is the dining area. And one of the most interesting part of this project is I invite 8 parties of artists from Hong Kong. They are working on different aspects by calligraphy, ceramics, metal, floral, sand. I invite them to co-create a lot of art pieces in these projects. Luckily, these projects we won the best Soulflat of the Year from Frames Awards. So you can see that this is the detail. You can see the tableware, the vase, the wall painting are done by the Hong Kong good young artists. And that one is very successful, not only just about design work, it sold it very fast. And then the developer invited us to design 4 more same size units. But we propose to be all different style. You can see monotone, new Scandinavian classic, some dark scheme. Okay, and then finally, the final section is I also, other than just projects, we also design some products for our projects. So this is the ripple lights we designed a few years ago with an Italian company called Vivisuno, which is a very high-end and good quality lighting manufacturer. They invite the artisan from Murano glass to hand blow the glass in this shape. So it can have a good lighting effect. Okay, let's talk about the projects we have. Okay, 5D, okay. The dialogue, this is the pieces which is called Old New, Old Desk and Coffee Table, which is a dialogue between time and craftsmanship. Because we invite a very good carpenter from Hong Kong, which is called 21 from 8, and they are very good in workmanship on some traditional joinery called motifs and tenons. And we designed the coffee table with a lot of functions, not only just the forms, we have the function, we have temper doors, and with a sleek S-shaped handles. And then open it, there's a concealed drawers. And then the second part is we designed the same concept, same language, we designed the desk. The desk, we have the hidden drawers underneath, and also have a slot on top of it. We can have home video meeting with our clients. You can see we did a good effort on some detail on the structures, on the round edges. And even though we cater about the cable management of the tablet, so the table can be kept clean and neat. So this is the photos we have it in Milan. So I'm so happy that many people like it. From the girls, from the young girls, even though so young boys or some people going to smell it, try it, test it. So it is now in Arts Pavilion. Please go to have a look. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mas. Thank you again. I believe that all the art pieces must be very popular. Thank you again. Next, we will have Matthew Mag from 21 from 8 and a distinguished manufacturer known for exceptional craftsmanship. Let's give a warm welcome to Matthew and his team. Let's welcome Matthew.
Testing.
Well, Matthew is from 21 from 8, a distinguished manufacturer known for exceptional craftsmanship. I believe that a lot of Hong Kong locals would have known this brand, isn't it? They produce really extraordinary products. And today we are both thrilled to hear more from Matthew about his opinion and his insights on manufacturing, because we all know that both design and manufacturing are two inevitable main thing that we have to obtain for a better design and production. So we are very excited to listen to Matthew's sharing. Before that, let us get the PowerPoint ready. Just give us some few minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Matthew, the manufacturing director of 21 from 8. This is my first time giving a public sharing, so please bear with me if I stick to my notes. I practiced a few times and I hope I can share our message clearly because it means a lot to us. Let me start with how I became a woodworker. In my 20s, I was all over the place, trying different jobs. I worked as a photography assistant, bank clerk, marble renovation worker, and during my working holiday in Australia, I helped build houses and worked as a farmer. I was young and eager to try new things. When I hit 30, I signed up for a woodworking short course in Taiwan. The moment I finished my first woodwork, I found my spark. Right after, I joined 21 from 8, and that's when my journey as a woodworker began. It's been a great time working with Thomas and Farah. They are the founders and designers, also good friends of mine. A few years ago, they took a big leap to open a second 21 from 8 in the UK, so I took over the director position in Hong Kong. Even though I am confident in making and crafting, tackling new or special design fields like the challenges we all face every day. Woodworking is about solving problems. It requires patience, creativity, and persistence to turn raw wood into something functional and meaningful. The process can be a struggle, but we always find satisfaction in the outcome. It's like playing an RPG game. When you beat a top level, you get 1 experience points, and you feel like you are leveling up. The most challenging part of making this step was the curvy backboard. We knew that in a big factory, they will use a fancy machine and mold to compress the wood into shape in no time. Quick and easy. For us, a small-scale machine-limited studio, we challenged ourselves to create with a wood jack we built ourselves, bending the wood with care and patience, checking every angle, fighting the wood's natural resistance. Upon completing these 2 furniture pieces, we earned 10 experience points in this game. That's woodworking, turning problems into pieces that matter. Hong Kong isn't an easy place to keep a handcraft business like this alive. Let's be real, space is tight, costs are high, and times are tough, economically and socially. But we knew deep down that making beautiful wood furniture is our spark and passion. Just like other woodworking studios in Hong Kong, including Make Studio, which also make an elegant piece for this exhibition. As long as we are able, we'll keep pushing forward and keeping this craft alive. We dream of every home holding a piece of craftsmanship that tells a story, like a chair passed down to grandchildren, or a table that hosts decades of family dinners. We hope to create beautiful wood products that last, not just in function, but in meaning. We are incredibly grateful to collaborate with brilliant designers like Max Lam on this project. Alongside other passionate designers and manufacturers in Hong Kong, I believe we are building a vision for a more beautiful city. Think homes and spaces that feel warm, fruitful, and alive. On behalf of our studio, I want to express our gratitude for participating in this exhibition. Running an 11-year-old woodworking studio in Hong Kong, this is our first exhibition presented by an institution. Thank you to Hkidw and Max for bringing us here. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Matthew from 21 from 8. Thank you very much. Well, I believe that a lot of us have gained a lot of different insights from our special guests, right? And today, we still have plenty more speakers to come up to the stage and present their ideas. After that, we will have a Q&A sections. So our audiences, you may brainstorm some questions for the Q&A section later on. Well, for the exhibition, for the Q&A section later on, we will invite some guests to come up to the stage and we can do some interactions. Next up, we are going to have Stepan Hkidw, founder of Good Studio, who will introduce us to his creative vision. Can you join me in welcoming Stepan, please? Welcome. Well, I guess he might need some time to come up. Okay, how about like this? We can go to the next speaker first and we'll come back to Stepan next section. So next, can we welcome Eric Chen, co-founder of O&O Studio. Thank you, Eric, who will take us on a journey into his creative expertise. Another warm applause to Eric, please. Thank you very much. Well, Eric will express his opinions and introduce his O&O Studio. I'll pass the time to Eric.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming over to support today's event, as well as supporting our fellow designers. It's really our great honor because it's actually the second time that we are participating in the Hong Kong Interior Design Week. So we are O&O Studio, 一詞工作室. And what O&O means is out and outer, which also means origination. The meaning is we want to create original design with a thoroughgoing design attitude. O&O Studio was co-founded by myself, Eric, and my wife, Suzanne Lee, who is right at the exhibition right now. And in year 2018 in Hong Kong, we are both UK registered architects. And we spent most of our lifetime working in the UK and in Shanghai. While at the Moshe Safdie's office in Shanghai, I met Leewen, my old colleague. And Leewen eventually became our partner as well, and overseeing our China business as well as our Shanghai office. For both myself and Suzanne, we had no working experience in Hong Kong before setting up O&O, and we didn't have any projects or connections in our hand. So we basically started everything from zero. which is quite a big challenge. But I guess over the past 6 years of time, we are getting a little bit more confident to introduce O&O Studio to you all, that we have achieved over 50 international design awards in the past years. And our project range is quite wide, including architectural and interior design, art installation, public spaces, playgrounds, as well as more recently, we started looking at creative cultural products and furniture design as well. So that's my wife, Suzanne, just walking up. For O&O Studio, we designed de-stylized but localized projects, while they can integrate with environments and culture, as well as being able to respond to local memories, humanistic values, and urban spirits. Throughout our design process, we always asked us a question: is that the only way to design? We also love to reinterpret, reimagine tradition, even at the smallest scale. So late last year, we introduced our first creative cultural products, which is a set of poker cards and a gift box set called Pokermetric, 竹字卡. And we basically transformed the English letters and numbers on a traditional Western poker cards into capital Chinese character, but represented by means of architectural axonometric representation, based on a primary color palette, which is very simple, just red, blue, and a touch of yellow, to form this kind of very vibrant and East meets West design poker card set. A lot of the users or visitors to our project will tell us that whenever they use or engage our design, they will awaken somehow their good old memories. And we love working with collective memories. Earlier this year, we had the luck to participate in the Sai Kung Hoi Art Festival. There are artists who participated in the same project, who is our guest today here with Ben and C over there. So our project was on a 300 years old Hakka village island called Yimtianzai. And we created a circular white dining table on a location which is a front yard in front of a old villager's house. We also took inspiration from an ancient Chinese character of family, Ga. So what this character is composed of is a shelter and a character of a pig. So we see that the leftover front wall of this villager's house being the shelter, and we took the form of the pig character being the cutout of our dining table, such that all the visitors could actually get engaged into the dining table, rather than like traditionally, you only get around it. And on top of the dining table, we created 16 traditional Hakka dishes. They all have their own meaning, celebrating a particular festive or season or some kind of tradition. They are not real food, but we used colorful mosaic tiles to create these dishes. The reason we used mosaic tiles is to reflect the Catholic religion of this Hakka village, which is like the stained glass on the St. Joseph's Chapel on the island. And talking about villages and a traditional village in Hong Kong, a community or a neighborhood always play a very important role in our project. A few years ago, we worked on a public space project in North Point called Xiu Gai Fong. And this is, I would say, one of the most celebrated projects from O&O Studio. And we got in touch with different people in North Point, including local residents, shops, organizations, schools, etc., to collect their unwanted furniture. And eventually, we got donated from them over 50 pieces of chairs and tables. In the process of collecting the physical furniture, we also collected the memories, the stories behind. And through a process of upcycling and redesigning these furniture, we brought these furnitures out, being each piece as kaifong, and share with the entire community and everyone in Hong Kong on the North Point Public Pier, which does not exist nowadays anymore, replaced by the boardwalk. And also, the public pier was covered by inspiration of the old tenement building floor tiles as a ground floor pattern to create this kind of urban living room on the pier. And the interesting part of this project is, although it's only temporary, running for 2 months, but actually we collected back all the kaifong pieces back, and we donated a large number of them back to our client, which was the Hong Kong Arts Centre, for them to sell in their art shop in Wan Chai. And then we collected a small part and kept for ourselves for education purpose, and we also bought different pieces of these Siu Kai Fong, not only exhibiting in Hong Kong, but also internationally in Tokyo and in Paris in the past 2 years. So it's almost like a evolving cycle for the entire project, which is still running. And more recently, we just completed a very interesting heritage-related renovation project in Desville Road in Central, which is the Siberian. And originally, your right-hand side photo, there's a brown building, which is a 5 meters wide, 15 stories high office building, owned by a very famous brand who used to design fur in Hong Kong, called Siberian Fur Store. So this building was built in 1967, which is very old. And we basically started the project with 3 hand-drawn architectural drawings, as well as talking a lot to our client. And the photo is showing Suzanne talking to Ms. Fong, who was the main designer of all the fur products for a lot of the notable figures from around the world in the old days. And we started the project by first phase by peeling off the skin externally and internally as well in order to reveal the original materials, where at the end we kept part of the original materials from the old days. And both ourselves and as well as particularly our client as well, we really wanted to push the boundaries. And particularly our client really wanted to create and colonial-inspired facade design. So at the time, we spent a lot of effort, thought that we had managed to create quite a nicely articulated colonial facade. But due to various reasons, particularly because of the economical situation, a very tight budget, as well as running the entire project just by minor work submission, we ended up with a design approach as a very light touch design for the entire project. The kind of China red color that our client chosen might not be everyone's favorite, but actually the color that they chose recalled a lot of their old memories. According to what our client told us, it reminded them about their grandfather, because he was born in Zhoushan in China, as well as being an apprentice in Shanghai as well. And for the entrance, we created a kind of old Broadway theater gateway to present this colonial era, a very famous brand, and also by means of light touch on various areas with their own fur products. Because of the super tight internal space, we only managed to rely largely on artistic paint materials or sheet materials. We also get engaged with our client as well on these design by means of using their vintage model photographs, as well as the handwritten calligraphy from Ms. Fong to represent each of the floor numbers in order to infuse some of the Siberian identity into the building. And while our client, they kept a few floors for their own use, mainly one of the floor for their showing of the rich collection of vintage furniture, jewelries, and all the posters, etc. from the old days, and also a private art gallery. And after a very brief talking about some of our projects, you might think that, or you might feel that there are quite a lot of messages or stories behind our projects. During the COVID time, we had the luck to work with an up-and-coming underwear brand in the mainland China. Apart from working on more than 8 retail stores for this brand, we also developed a series of art installation to present the brand's identity with techniques such as 3D print. In the meantime, we also created a series of display props for this client, which is quite heavily inspired by ancient Chinese furniture. And that keeps on evolving, which led us to design the latest furniture piece that is currently exhibiting next door in the Arts Pavilion, which is called Yi Si. We have worked on a lot of different iterations. We also talk a lot to our collaborators, RADD, who is the manufacturer. So RADD is a very established furniture brand for many years, and they also have a really huge factory in China, a totally computerized production line. But then we thought furniture shouldn't be just an object. We always thought that furniture should have some kind of human warmth infused into them. So that's why we talked to their carpenters, ended up with a nicely crafted working desk and table, working desk and chairs, or I should say bench, which is inspired by the ancient China study room. The original inspiration came from a hexagon form. In Chinese, it's called 六合, means 6 directions. So the meaning for Chinese is harmony and unity. So we want to bring in these Chinese tradition into our daily life. And one of the tricky part of this furniture set is the working desk and bench legs. Basically, RADD tested during the prototyping process, where given the form of the legs, testing out different kind of materials, including solid wood, couldn't really sustain the loading. So that's why they ended up by laminating birch veneers, each measuring 1.5 millimeters thick. And after the lamination, they applied pressure to get the 45 degrees sort of tilted angle. And then they used machine and hand to polish, to sculpt the legs into the current hexagon form. And we had the luck to be featured in the Milan Design Week, and as well as together with all the other great pieces from the other designers. I think the pieces managed to spark a lot of interest from especially the Westerners visitors, especially given that it's being inspired by sort of ancient Chinese furniture, and the use of the rattan in order to, from our idea, is to reduce the overall weight of the furniture sets. And everyone also loves the clean and crisp lines and geometry of the furniture set as well. And then before I finish my presentation today, I think I should dedicate a particular slide to say a big thank you to Hkidw, to Louisa, Tig, and CM, and Yan. Yan might not be here. Yan and her team, including Tiffany, Yuki, and Cherry, for all the efforts for creating such a successful event in both Milan and in Hong Kong as well. So today is the end of my presentation, and I'll play a short video clip about the Milan Design Week. So I hope you like our meaningful design. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you, Eric from O&O Studio, which showcases the dedication of their art pieces. Next, we'll welcome Stepan Gudev, founder of Good Studio, who will introduce us his creative vision. Please join me in welcoming Stepan. Good Studio, embracing the multiple ideas and objects. Stepan aims to engage the users in a mind-altering expertise, while he views ideas as the essence of the design, with which speaks about its essence to the essential role. Let's pass the time to Stepan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Stepan Gudev, and thank you for this opportunity. And I would like to talk to you about the Ion chair that's being exhibited here at the Arts Pavilion. And before I do that, let me do a short introduction of myself and what I did in the past 12 years. I have a master's degree in interior design from SPD in Milan. Also, I studied glassmaking during my high school years. I'm an in-house lighting designer in the company called Lasvit for the past 12 years. And I founded Good Studio this year. I'm still building the content, so I'm hoping for a lot of good stuff to come, also in collaboration with One Production, my partner in this project. So let me show you briefly what I am doing, what keeps me busy most of the time, and that's the work for Lasvit. This is a project 4 Seasons in Hong Kong, where we worked on the partition wall made of melted glass, illuminated internally with a metal structure. It was in collaboration with AB Concept. Then this was a big one. 2020, on behalf of Lasvit, I work on the central part of this crystal lobby. It took me 2 months to finish. It's made of 140,000 pieces of glass, plus all the metal works. It was a very complex project, and still works very well. I went to see it a few months ago. So if you happen to be in Macau, I'm sure you will see this one. It was in collaboration with Hkidw Group, which is an American company. Then this is a private penthouse for one of the big Hong Kong banks. They asked us to keep it confidential, so I will not name the bank. And what's interesting about this project that they asked us to reuse the crystals that you see on the right. The small crystal pieces, they come from the old chandeliers that were hanging there for 50, 60 years, so they thought they bring the good luck to the bank. So we reuse them in the new design together with the hand-blown balls and bubbles. This is a project in China, Nanjing Zhongshan Gold Hotel, where I designed 2 pieces, one for the staircase, one for the lobby, slump glass and hand-shaped check glass. A project with Celia Chu collaboration, big slumped glass panels arranged to create the feel of fans. And I was the co-creator of for Laswit, quite iconic piece called Herbarium. And it's special in a way that it imprints plants that you put under the glass and you pour the glass over. And the plants, they burn out and they keep the imprint of the plant. So it's frozen in time. And it was really, really interesting how it happened on the spot in the workshop, in the hot show. We just said, okay, how about we try this? It worked out, and it works very well in my opinion. So that's about what keeps me really busy the past 12 years. And I would like to talk to you more about the Eon chair. I hope you can see it later, or if you haven't seen it yet. And the Eon, the word Eon, can be translated as for eternity. I'll come back to this later, but maybe you'll understand during the presentation what I mean by the word Eon. This is how it developed from the left to the right, which is the final product displayed in Milan. And it started in 2012 during my master studies in Milan. We were asked to design interiors for a restaurant for a famous fashion brand, Maison Martin Margiela. And naturally, I came up with ideas that use tailoring or fashion industry. And on the left, you see the metal structure filled with pillows and fashion clothing. This is really where the idea got born for the Eon chair that's exhibited here. On the right, you see a chair inspired by the tailor's mannequin. So that's 2012. And then, when I saw the post for the competition for Hkidw, I thought, wait, well, this design kind of still works even after 10 years, 12 years. Why not reinvent it? So I came up with these visuals. This was the first round, which were kind of, I would say, kind of creative, out there, maybe a bit over-designed. So after giving it some consideration, I simplified the shape to what you see here in the middle and on the left. And because I wanted the fabric that I will apply later to the chair, I wanted the fabric to do the work, not the metal structure. So that's why this simplification. And it got so simple that it's made of only one type of metal rib, one shape, repeated all over the chair. It could continue endlessly. You could just work with the chair from one side to the other side of this room and keep going. And it's connected by these metal clamps. So just 2 elements creating the metal structure that's done by the one production. Then we said, okay, let's go. Let's create the prototype. After some adjustments, I received the prototype at home, and then for a few nights I was looking at it and thinking how to work with it, because then the second part is applying the fabric to the structure. And I realized there is so many ways how this could be done. It could be, my own clothing that I just cut into pieces. It could be a fabric that I buy. It could be even some materials I, couldn't even think of, like some natural materials. Really, a lot of possibilities. That's when I realized that the metal structure works as an empty canvas, and I just need to paint it with something. And well, you see, I tried applying my own T-shirts and even the yarns, weaving many different ways. But I already had in mind that I would like to use the fabric that that's somehow related to Hong Kong, and naturally, Sham Shui Po is the place to go. I visited the old fabric market that's turned down 3 years ago, I believe. So this came to my mind again, and I said, yeah, let's do that. Let's go there. Let's pick some fabric. Let's start, having fun. And there was a lot, really still, I knew there's so many options, but I just have to pick one. But in the end, I just picked this testing fabric for the prototype, and I start wrapping the metal bars in like a spin around it, wrap it, and it was working for me. And then I even saw like something interesting happening, leaving some ribs open so you can see through the structure, and it worked. So this was a prototype. I was like, okay, this will work. I know how to do it. I know how to make it, so I'm satisfied with it. And then we proceeded to the manufacturing of the two pieces that were exhibited in Milan. One was in gold, one was in silver. And so then I went to Sham Shui Po again, because this was already proven, tested. I knew the places where to get the fabrics. I wanted to, incorporate even some sort of, keep it friendly, to the nature. So I went and asked, do you have something that you want to get rid of? And they had several fabrics that they said, well, this is such a low quantity that we won't be able to sell. I said, okay, that's great. I think those were those on the left. But then I had to pick something that matches them. And I came up with a gradient from bright, yellow or beige to the red, and that's the result. On the right, I kept weaving like this in my home on the table at nights and whenever I had free time. Then the second chair that was exhibited, it was just a single fabric. I left two ribs open so you can see in the structure. And this is the Milan exhibition. On the left, you see two great guys from one production, Joe and Henry, and it was exhibited, as it was said before, in Super Studio Piu, which is a really great location. So thumbs up to Hkidw for picking this place. It was really good place, great venue, and these are some pictures from the exhibition. The one with the gradient, it's called Sunset. The left one is called 80s Dance. It was rather like visually confusing, like something happening, like the dance lights shining and stuff. That's why people, I was happy to see that people like to touch the chairs. They want to feel it. This tactility of the design. They were intrigued, and sometimes they ask me how it's made, which in design I think it can be considered a compliment. When people don't know how things are made, and so that I was happy to answer that. Then there is the second batch of the designs that's exhibited here. Same procedure, Sham Shui Po, pick up some fabrics, possibly if they are like leftovers, to reuse something, something that otherwise couldn't be sold. And this is the first one. If you haven't seen it yet, it's made of kind of like toned down green with orange, earthy feel to it. And this one, someone today told me it looks like I should call it Panda because of the black and white spots. So I'll call it Panda. And this one, I like it a bit more than the first one. But as you see, each chair is bespoke. It's developed on the spot in the moment, and it can be customized, and it can answer a time, space, a person. So it's very much bespoke. And so I'm getting to the end of my presentation. I just want to share with you what were my key, takeaways from this project, which was really great. And I mentioned some of it already. And the first one would be the openness to solution, the options. When you have the steel structure, and then you have so many options how to do this. This is a moment that asks for being creative, and that's something I really enjoyed. And I'm sure each one of you would take a different approach, which would be lovely to see. And today I invited the Czech Consul General, and she already has ideas. If I have this frame available, she would give it to an artist, and the artist would come up with some solution of her own, which is a great thing. I love to hear, these ideas. Then for eternity, so I'm coming back to the name. I believe the metal structure can last for a really long time, and the fabric can be, taken down and reapplied again. And in 30 years, maybe the fashion will ask for something, or your taste, whatever. So I believe it can last really long and be reinvented, refreshed after some time. And it's bespoke design. So anyone who has any wish or wants the chair to look in a certain way, it's very much open. And I would like to thank to Jade here, because she helped me a lot. In some people, it's sometimes hard to communicate in English, right? So she also helped me with some of the weaving and arranging things. So thank you, Jade. And also One Production, I'm not sure if they are here, probably not. They were very helpful with the production of the metal frames. And same as Eric, Hkidw deserves a big thanks and compliments for organizing this inspiring event, the Milan, and today's event as well. So thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Stefan, for your remarkable insights. Thank you a lot. Now we are pleased to introduce Jay Leung and Maggie Mo, co-founders of Stars Pasha, who will showcase their innovative approach to design. Let's welcome Jay and Maggie. Warm applause to welcome them, please. Stars Pasha is a design studio specializing in highly customized residential and commercial spaces, interior spaces. So I'll pass the time for the founders to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Jay. First of all, I would like to have a big thanks to Hkidw, of course, for organizing such a smooth and perfect event for throughout from April till now, for many months. I forgot because for myself, being a vice chair of another association, I know that it's very hard to have everything perfect. But what I experienced here from the team, from CM, from Tech, Louisa, and even on the exhibition design from Enoch, everything is really, really good. Thanks for that. Big credits to the back office team as well. But anyway, let's start. We're a Stars Group. A little introduction to me, and for me first, I am an interior designer who has been doing this for 18 years now, starting my 18th year, and I am also devoted in art lately. I've been doing a lot of art installations. I've been doing a lot of inward journey stuff. And which I will share a little bit later. And I've been devoted myself into a lot of charity events and even helping the community. So this is what I want to do as a designer myself. Yeah, so what about you, Maggie?
Hi, I'm Maggie. As a designer, I like to create space and art that really connects with people. So me and Jay were design duos. We started Stars Pasha back in 2017. As you can see, we are like very different, but we balance each other well. We're like yin and yang. So as you can see, like Jay is very masculine, so he focused more on like structure and strategy, while like I'm more feminine. I love to infuse like stories, culture, and a touch of sensory magic into our projects.
Yeah, but we're not husband and wives, by the way, because we get this a lot. That's why when we were taking this photo, we had to look away from each other. Okay, anyway, let's start with a little of us before we actually go to our actual piece itself, because our interpretation of design is, it might not be very different to anyone else, but this is our interpretation of design.
Okay, as I said, I love to create space that brings experience to the users. So let's dive into an exciting project that we have just done. It's the first ever showroom in this whole in the world. It's a showroom for Di Tommaso. It's a very famous Italian supercar brand. Actually, this car it's like a hypercar. So each car priced from like 1.6 million euro. So 5 years ago, they launched like a limited edition called P72. So the clients actually waited 5 years to get the keys. So this year, they are finally getting the key. We really want to make this to be special. So we have designed a light show called Theater Di Tommaso. Okay, the next project is the Pagani showroom. As you all know, Pagani is like a Italian supercar. We really want to bring in the DNA of Pagani into this Hong Kong showroom by using like carbon fiber furniture and hand-stitched leathers and their signature brick wall into this showroom. We really want to imitate the Pagani factory from Italy and making the car owner feels like they're in Italy.
Thanks for the video, Maggie, because that's actually it's actually an on-site video, like a on-site view, one-to-one, where the client can actually get the car with this video, with that light show, by the way. But how do we, normal people, right? Because we don't earn $1.6 million euro per month. So what do we have to do? Sometimes we have to work hard, okay? But to work hard, that's why we actually want to create a lot of, make people work hard while giving a lot of, what do we call it? Giving a lot of different kind of relationships in commercial spaces, in office spaces, where, so that they can actually achieve this ultimate goal. So in the past years, we have actually did a lot of different kind of projects for different kind of clients that no matter if it's a building facade or even a general lobby or even a full branding for a interior design with branding for a very traditional company, etc., etc. We've been doing a lot of this throughout the years, but to actually evolve into something that's, you know, we want people to actually come back to work after the COVID times. So we are actually devoted into a lot of this kind of creating relationships. Another relationship, because we don't have a lot of time, that's why I'm going through a lot very fast. Another design that my interpretation is actually creating a lot of emotions, because I want to highlight this because I'm kind of hard selling this, right? Because this is actually about fatherly love, because I've actually tapped into exhibition design lately, but this exhibition is solely surrounded by my daughter. And if you can see this art piece right here, it's called Little Pie. Little Pie, as you can see, her feature is actually where she's looking. And there is, it seems that one eye is open, one eye is closed. The reason for that is because my daughter is actually born with one eye blind. That's why this piece will represent that she has actually lost one of the sensories, but she's also perfect in every way. As a father, she's perfect. That's why this project is actually called Perfect Imperfection. And anything that has to do with perfect imperfection will go to charity in the future.
Thank you, Jay, for sharing such a touching story with us. And on top of like designing showroom, office, and exhibition, we also create home. When we create home, we focus on interaction. For example, this home is a home designed for 3 generations. As you can see, that we have like a open layout which connects the living room, the tea area, and also a hidden play area. So you can imagine when the parents are watching TV and the grandparents are having tea in the tea table, and besides the tea table, there's a hidden play area where the little ones can play. It's actually create like a very cozy atmosphere. That's something that we want for our clients. Okay, this is a very special project because this is my home. This is a home that I designed for my family of 4. My kids are still very young. One is 4 years old and the other one, my daughter, is 6 years old. They love arts, they love painting. So when I purchased this home, I want to create like a big canvas. So I have picked, so as you can see, like the floor, the wall, the ceiling are all in the ivory cream color. So like we can showcase their artwork and change their like collection like regularly, and we can like collect lots of like lovely memory in this home. And we also create like some other homes that gives us like other emotions. Like for example, this one, like we try to achieve this like calming feeling for our client. And this home is called Bear Loft. It's a fun project that we inspired by like a artwork from the owner. As you can see, like there's like a bear like hanging with the balloon. This is actually done by the client. So we elaborate elaborate the details from this artwork throughout the whole flat. For example, as you can see on the door handle, we try to imitate the shape of like a bear paws.
Yes, so from what we've mentioned before, in our design, we actually want to create a lot of emotions or even relationships or even creating excitement. That's why we want to introduce ourselves before we actually go to our piece. Let me introduce you to our piece. It's called It's Caffeine. Maybe Maggie can actually talk to you about the concept of It's Caffeine.
Okay, actually every day 8 billions of cups of coffee is consumed globally. So we think, oh, what happened to the coffee waste? What if we can turn the waste into something useful and practical? So that's how It's Caffeine was born. We turned the coffee waste into something elegant and sustainable furniture pieces.
Yes, before we actually, in our thinking process, because to look good, it has to be a must. But sometimes we have to be sustainable in its way as well. That's why when we were actually looking for our collaborator or and manufacturer, luckily we actually we've got chosen by Kinlan to be in collaboration with because there are sustainable ways that we can actually provide for this piece. For example. What we propose in this piece is to have probably recycled materials. For example, like recycled plastics. If we were to have a coffee theme, can we actually use coffee grounds? If even the top finish, let's say, because Kinlan is perfect for this in this field, what kind of leather, synthetic leather that we can use to actually be more responsible for the environment, and then how we can leverage on the latest technology, for example, 3D printing, to actually have this piece made as quick as possible. So, Maggie, what are your experiences at Milan?
We have showcased It's Caffeine, the first series in Milan back in April 2025 this year, and in this collection, we really want to start a dialogue between the East and the West. So we actually try to, throughout each pieces, we try to tell a story of a coffee bean's journey, like a cycle. Okay, so for the first one, okay, it's the nutty chair. So as you can see, this backrest is like is in a coffee bean shape, and on the back of the backrest is actually a coffee cherry pattern embroidery by Kinlan. And for the second nutty chair, the backrest is a little bit different from the first one. This one has a asymmetrical backrest, which features like a more contemporary pattern, which was co-designed with Kinlan with their patented embroidery technology. So it's okay. The last one is the nutty table, which is the heart of our collection. And as I mentioned, we really want to turn the coffee waste into something useful. So we use 80% of the coffee grind to make the tabletop, and it's like a true commitment to the sustainability design.
Yes, so what about today? Today our pieces are actually showcased at Art Pavilion. Please have a look. It's actually, when we come to coffee, sometimes it's, people will ask you, well, do you want it nutty or do you want it fruity? I didn't realize, there was this two ways that I can go before, but now I know, because I actually studied, I actually went through DeepSeek and ChatGPT to ask. And then, the concept of this piece in Hong Kong is actually also inspired by coffee, but in its sense, I actually want to carry out what we have done in the past. We always create a lot of different kind of canvas for people to actually collab with. So the spherical shape itself is actually a canvas where I am looking for a lot of different kind of collaborators. Let's say if I were to dip this into a pool of paint, so it will mimic the flowiness of the coffee art itself. For example, that will be that's an idea. But in a sense, this one, what I want to showcase in Hong Kong is actually the inside technology and how we can actually use as less material as possible to have the maximized effect. For example, the coffee grounds for the coffee table, and with the sleekest, the slimmest as possible for the external shape itself. Okay. Please have a look. I will be more than happy to give you more in details because we only have around 2 minutes left. Another piece that we actually done, because I actually want to promote our collaborator's piece as well because he's not here, but there are some new faces here. So I want to show you one of our collaborators' pieces that we've actually manufactured, and it's designed by a company called Architects. Okay, I won't talk too much about our partners, but do please follow us on Instagram if you guys are interested to get more updates from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your very meaningful and inspirational sharing. I believe that our audiences might learn a lot through their sharing. Well, to continue, let's welcome Dr. Frankie Lam from Kinlan, an esteemed manufacturer known for their craftsmanship. Please join me in welcoming Frankie. Well, Kinlan supplies advanced interior design materials to organizations in the hospitality and residential sectors. Thank you very much for sharing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining. I'm Frankie Lam, founder of Kinlan. First of all, I must express my gratitude to Hong Kong IDA for their excellent organization for Hong Kong Interior Design Week, which provide an opportunity to industry practitioner of architect, interior designer, supplier, and manufacturer for choice for us and showcase our work to the world. Thank you very much. And second, please allow me to brief introduce about Kinlan. Kinlan is 29 years old company. We are currently an importer and distributor of wall covering and interior design material from various global brands. And while we also own factory to develop, design, and manufacturing our own brand of wall covering, of interior design material and furniture for the global market. Kinlan is also international award-winning company, especially we won 7 Hong Kong awards for industry for 7 consecutive years, and also won 2 consecutive years for Best Brand organized by APIDA. Based on this background, we are successfully to be one of manufacturer of Hong Kong Interior Design Week after rigorous selection, pairing process, and finally, we team up with talent interior design company Star Plaza Our goals was simple, to create a new furniture not only beautiful, but also practical, sustainable, and versatile enough to fit any interior. The detail has been just presented by Jay and Maggie. I'm not repeat too much. We are just in turn contribute our technical from engineering to manufacturing technique. We iterate through concept, refining idea to balance form and function. As the result, we make this furniture stand out. Let me highlight 3 points. Ergonomic excellence. The most common comment from the visitor in Milan were that this furniture is comfortable and with strong enough support on the back and also on the seat and on the back. And also the backrest provide a hunkering feeling for them. So they especially like to sit in our chair to rest. And a sustainable material, we are trying to use as much as possible upcycled material such as a high percentage of coffee ground filled in the tabletop or coffee table, and also use recycled ABS for the frame of the backrest of the chair. And we are also trying to preserve ancient craftsmanship, such as leather carving and embellishment and embroidery for this new chair, for this new furniture, to try to keep the traditional craftsmanship in this new furniture and achieve the purpose of heritage. Okay, and what did we get in return? Smile. At this moment, the most visitors are smile, but we firmly believe that this smile will generate the marketing potential and influences in very near futures. So, okay, and finally, I believe the Hong Kong Interior Design Week a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Frankie, for your very wonderful sharing. Please be seated. At this time, we'll play a presentation video from Studio Right, showcasing their creative vision and contributions. Let's enjoy the video. Studio Right is a forward-thinking design studio celebrated for its innovative approach to furniture, interior and architectural design, and also blending cutting-edge technology with traditional craftsmanship. They designed the furniture Bamboo, the fusion of blend and bamboo. It is a series of 3 lamps made by cutting and blending stock copper tubing. Let's enjoy the video and showcase how they produce their art piece.
香港喧鬧嘅城市節奏之中，總有啲設計能夠令你感受到平靜與自然嘅對話。咁今次我哋展出嘅就係油燭燈。咁油燭燈咧嘅靈感嚟自於竹嘅，竹佢係一個象徵生長、象徵環保嘅一個植物。做好多時候都係揾環保嘅物料，但係今次咧我哋轉咗一個角度，就係用竹嚟去做一個環保嘅概念。但係其實我哋嘅物料咧就用咗銅嘅，咁銅亦都係可以回收嘅物料。咁所以今次咧我哋就用咗另一個角度去做今次嘅參展嘅燈具啦。縱使雷射切割係比較準確啦，但係其實係需要有工人去做屈曲嘅動作嘅。咁所以喺屈曲嘅時候咧，係有少量嘅變形，就會令到每一盞燈出嚟嘅時候都有少少唔同。
Studio Right 係俾咗個全新嘅方法，我哋一體成型。佢個燈具嘅主體咧係由一支銅管，用唔同嘅工藝去將佢變出嚟嘅。當中係冇任何嘅焊接啦，冇任何嘅螺絲喺入邊去做一個嘅連接。
10年前打工嘅時候咧，已經同 Hkidw Lighting 去做好多嘅合作嘅。咁今次我哋 Studio Right 做嘅時候咧，希望做一個 unconventional 特別嘅一個燈具項目。
作為生產商，我哋同設計師嘅關係一直都係一個好拉鋸嘅關係。設計師好希望將佢嘅諗法呈現咗出嚟，而我哋喺生產上面亦都有限制嘅時候咧，往往都會有一啲爭論啊。咁呢個產品油燭燈正正就係喺呢個爭拗入邊揾到一個平衡點，而可以好完美咁樣呈現出嚟俾大家。
我哋今次個油燭燈咧嘅形態非常之優雅啦，佢嘅表面處理亦都係做咗一個好似竹皮咁樣嘅效果。咁透過氧化同埋透過手工咧，去帶出一個好優雅自然嘅一個效果。
燈光方面，我哋商量過試過唔同方法之後，唔再係用普通傳統嘅 LED， 而係在 LED 上面再加插唔同嘅效果，從而做到竹入邊纖維咁嘅感覺出嚟俾大家。出嚟嘅效果，我覺得係好滿意，同埋係令到我哋自己都有一個新嘅創新喺度。
油燭燈唔單止係一件燈飾，更係自然同都市嘅結合，為你嘅生活空間注入寧靜同靈感。
question to you. Any ideas? Just shout it out.
I know your chair.
Okay. Thank you.
I know Gisela pretty well. So she was very highly recommended by your chair, but she has a question for
Yes.
me anyway. Can you do it like carbon fiber weaving, which is 4K, 6K, 10K, like this? Because what you did is the wrapping around, right?
Yes.
Would it like separate a bit when I shake my ass a little bit? You know, does it do it, or it would be stable? You know.
You mean the metal structure?
No, not the metal structure. The way that how you wove your chair, which is basically a wraparound, you know,
Yes, yes.
like this. So when you sit on it, and you know, some people like to do a little
Wiggle,
salsa
yeah.
on the chair. Would this separate the strands?
It shouldn't. You would have to wiggle for a long time.
Yeah,
and
you know, some
quite
South
strongly.
American
Yeah.
people are pretty wiggly, you know.
I don't think it would do that. And if it shouldn't. And if it does, then it would be easy fix.
But if you do like a cross pattern weaving, that would be
Yes.
stronger in a way. I
would.
think, you know.
It would.
Okay.
This is interesting because this was one of the calls I had to make, you know, before the weaving, and I realized it's more interesting to work with the length of the rib rather than to kind of kill it with cross weaving. So having lines going like that appeared to be more interesting than having lines going just like that.
No, I agree. It's more elegant like this, you know. I mean, the way that if you weave like this, it's much harder to achieve the gradient pattern, you know, because you will break the geometry in a way. But, you know, one wrap is more beautiful. It's just that when I saw it, because I was in Milan, you know, I was like, you know, would it like split up a bit, you know? No, but a lovely chair, though. Very, very well done.
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, and great question, yeah. So, anyone want to ask the audience about something? Anything? Okay.
我用中文問 OK 嘛？我想問其實任何一個 designer 答都得嘅。因為今次嗰個嘉賓嗰個展覽其實係設計師同埋生產商嘅一個合作啦。我會想知道係究竟個主導權個重心會係放喺設計公司嗰邊多啲，定係生產商多啲？拉鋸一定有啦，頭先都有人有提出過呢一樣嘢。咁但係大家有唔同嘅主張嘅時候，我反而想知道你哋喺個生產過程係點樣平衡呢一件事咯。
For my projects, I think it goes quite well because from our first design concept to the final outcome, it almost come to completely the same. During the whole process, I think we need to ask a lot of advice from the master of the wood. That means from the factory side. As a designer, we have our inspiration, we have our concept, and to make the concept to be realistic, we need to sometimes to understand about the know-how of the manufacturing process. During this process, you need to ask a lot of questions and understand about the methodology of how the workmanship or how the carpenter they're thinking. And this is a good dynamic way to discuss with the factory side. We need to compromise a little bit, and they need to also respect our design origin. So I think from my projects, it is very smooth because they know what we want to do. And we also understand the difficulties on how to make it. And we need to, this is what we need to adjust. For example, the diameter or the thickness of the wood. So we need to, of course, we will try to ask, can it be thinner? Can it be more curved? We can raise out the correction. But as long as the carpenter told us this is the limit, and they can try and they can push harder, but unless they finally comes out a suggestion, and then we are happy for that,
decision and come out to the final product. I think this is a mutual respect process.
I guess this is also a question for Hkidw as well, right? For the very beginning, to be very honest, we proposed it to be a designer-driven program. I mean, we respect the proposal from the designers, and then they try to, we had a fun night for the matching up, speed dating night, right? Yeah, that's very interesting night, yeah. For, throughout the night, we have a very quick introduction for all of us, and then how to pick your partners for the several months, right? And then I guess this program is based on the respectful of the host progress, like what as what Max mentioned, like how we treat our design and how they produce the product, right? So this is also how we work on project as well. I mean, interior design project or spatial design projects. We have to do, we have our own concept for the design, and also we have contractors for the modification, right? So this, I guess this should answer your question well.
Yeah, I've got something to elaborate. Because as a design firm, it's myself, and also a manufacturing company myself as well. We have a good chance. Pleasant to be working. Had a chance to work with Kinland, and we had a very pleasant journey with Arta as well. Let me talk about the experience with Arta first. Because Arta's original piece during the proposal stage, when they were doing the preparing process, is 100%, 360-degree different to what it is now. But I think it's more about the understanding of your manufacturer, and sometimes the manufacturer might surprise you in the manufacturing process, or even what materials could be used. Sometimes designers are designers. We are not a dictionary. Sometimes we learn new things every day. So as a manufacturer itself, we tend to feed a lot of different kind of information to inspire designers to actually think a little bit more what they can do. Can it be more complex, or can it be more sustainable? Can it be in what kind of finishing it can be done? So as a designer side, thanks to Kinland, they have this really special stitching method that they patented for, and then it turned out we can incorporate something like that in our design, so it will be unique in its way. I think I agree with what Max and CM said. It's more about the marriage is sometimes is more on the we have to compromise at the end, because sometimes if one side is more one-sided, it's not going to work at all. Yeah.
If you want to be a furniture, or you learn furniture design, do we need to have workshop to practice, or we can use 3D printing?
Oh, okay. Okay, if we want to, it depends on what kind of furniture we are actually approaching to, because to be honest, 3D printing can do a lot of things, but it cannot do a lot of things as well. Let's say if it's through a rapid prototyping, I just want to see a shape of this product itself, it can be done within hours. But if I want a traditional kind of method of like, let's say, handcraft, like wood veneer, or even copper finish, all those kind of those really unique handcrafted craftsmanship that we need to respect, of course, that won't work. So in an educator's point of view, I think it's good to learn both ways, because we don't want the world just to turn into this flat you know, straight lines everywhere. We still need to go back to the 1900s. You know, all those architectural masterpieces where I don't think there will be only a handful of people that knows how to approach these kind of designs anymore. So I think in its sense, we can have a workshop with a 3D printer, but we still need those handcrafting equipments. Yeah.
The reason I'm asking this question is, it's not from me. It's from the assessor, from different universities. Professor, great. They said that if you want to learn furniture design, if you don't have a workshop, don't teach. So I was thinking that, do you guys agree with that? Because I don't agree.
Well, I think we need to have a workshop for building a furniture, because it composed of not just about aesthetic, it is about structure, safety, materials, ironmongery. There are lots of different aspects we need to put together to test it if it is feasible to make for example, the upholstery is good for comfort for sitting or not. I think all this need to be tried and by using different of sample or models. So that's why I think for furniture designer, the more workshop you understand, the more about the furniture structure and the details, from my perspective.
Any of the schools invited you guys to assess, tell them they need workshop. Because right now most of the school is just teaching by books, doing prototypes, which they really don't know how to make it in reality.
I think it's important.
Yes.
Because everyone is everything is computerized now.
Yes.
I guess it could be in the different forms of workshop. It doesn't have to be fully equipped with tools and the machines. Like, you know, in my old years, in my first year of studying architecture, we did a cardboard chair, which is a very common design practice. You know, what we learn in the university, and doesn't have to be a fully equipped workshop. It could be just in a studio or in a space like this. Yeah.
Making prototypes, the structures, and that is good enough. But they said that they have to make a real one that is called furniture design.
I guess for furniture design, yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. They are not from Hong Kong. UK, Australia. I got one more question from Stan. Have you ever think of, besides using the yarn, for example, old bed sheets, old clothing, torn to pieces, will the stretch will be different, or you have to be specific type of, I don't know, the thickness or strength. Does it matter, or the whole chair, when you sit down, will change a little bit because the softness or the expansion.
Well, it's very much open. I was thinking, should I just collect my jeans, the denim, cut it into pieces, and just do one denim chair? It could be even like, let's say, a customer or someone say, hey, well, I have this clothing that I really love. I would like to apply it to the chair. That's possible. But it means really thinking about how you do it and working for the best outcome. But this was one of the directions I was considering before picking the fabric from Shamshubo. So could be done, yeah, easily. Outcome would be different. It probably would be like colorful. You can pick, let's say, just black fabric, right? Black clothing, and just make it all black, recycled. This should work. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the question.
Hi, I think the only question I want to ask is where we can buy the furniture. I mean, what is next? What is next? Yes.
I think this is a very important question. That's what's next. I think we did throughout these few months before during the matching process of manufacturing, exhibiting in Milan, exhibiting in Hong Kong. What's next is a very important. We are still discussing. The products is here, so how can we do further to marketing or do more exhibiting, or how to collaborate even further another level? For me, I work with my manufacturers that these products can be sold, which either by their side or our side. Yeah, for our products, it is ready for sale.
No, we have the price listed on the website. Yeah, please do. 5% off. 5% off. Maslam 2026. Thank you.
但係我就唔肯定我識唔識翻譯咁多話。各位後方嘅各位觀眾朋友有冇咩想問呢？ Do you have any questions for them? Okay, maybe I would ask first, and then I want the audiences, maybe you can brainstorm using the time that I ask. I really want to know about one thing because I've been hosting this event since 9 a.m. and I heard a lot of different, wow, is amazing design and really special design, some fusion with Japanese design, some Milan, a lot of different regions. The point is, for me, I'm very typical Hong Kong girl who really love the arts of furniture, but how come is that so important for the furniture itself to be so glamorous or so pretty? Can you tell me the reason why you spend so much time, effort, materials, everything on just one chair, one sofa? And of course, I love it so much, but I would love to know more about both design and manufacturing, because for the design team, they use a lot of ideas and they brainstorm a lot of, I guess, a lot of nice, right? And for the manufacturer side, I really appreciate them that how they can put a flying castle onto the ground. I think this is a very amazing thing to actually make some ideas into realistic. So I love to hear from both sides of the design and manufacturing side. Thank you.
Maybe I should make a statement first. As co-chairman of the Hkidw, for the very first time, we thought about the program, like how are we going to achieve, what are we going to do this year. We thought of we as spatial designers to communicate with the audience, not only for the space, but also the furniture. This is more direct feeling and touch with the audience as well. So that's why we put the main product as the furniture itself. Try to refabricate a furniture with the sense of spatial designer, but not furniture designers. So this is one of our aims. So what do you think as one of the participants?
I guess for our piece, it's not that kind of glamorous, but rather welcoming, because we just talked to some friends during lunch today that they actually felt that the furniture are quite, quite welcoming, welcoming the visitors to try and test and to sit down. And I guess for all of us, from a designer's perspective, it's pretty easy to draw a few lines, but then there are quite lots of other thinking behind I won't say a masterpiece, but at least a proper piece of furniture. There are a lot of process, preparation behind, whether it's from the beginning until even selling the piece itself. So I think the entire process is really to represent not only from a design perspective, but also this time collaborating with a Hong Kong-based manufacturer is to also to respect and to highlight the skills behind all these manufacturers on different aspects.
I think the glamorous terms, which is interesting because I review my furniture. I think it is not glamorous, but in this morning there are two visitors. They are working in IKEA. They are talking about how IKEA designed the furniture, which I think right now my furniture is glamorous because it is different sectors, because they are producing something mass production for lots of people, but the design piece I am designing is by my own personal perspective, by using craftsmanship, by using how they function from my interpretation. So which may be glamorous compared to IKEA, but I think there is no 100% right or wrong, which pieces is good, which one is bad, just different target, different purpose, or different direction, and different a skill or approach. So I think right now I'm a bit glamorous right now, I feel so. Yeah, but I love that, yeah.
Thank you. Well, I got asked the same question in Milan by a journalist. Why you create more? Look around you. There's thousands of chairs in Milan exhibited, and this was a difficult question to answer, right? So the first response I got, well, we have our inner like a pursuit to create something beautiful, right? That's our nature. But then when I thought about it later on. Design is expression of ourselves. You pick the pieces, let's say, talking about your own environment at home, you pick pieces that express your soul. They help you to express yourself, become who you are. And that's why someone would pick your design and become a more satisfied person in terms of, yeah, that's me, this is my environment, I feel very good. And that's the reason why we create. And when you add something to the already existing status quo and you move it a bit further, then people have a bigger palette of finding something that they will use to express themselves. So I think this would be my answer to that, to give people the chance to create environments that resonate with them. And to go back to my chair, what I think, the possibility there is to have a lot of possible expressions, and that way, as it is bespoke, you can fit so many scenarios. So it's about being ourselves and having the things we like around us. That's why we do it, right? I guess, yeah.
Hi. When we first started this project, we really studied the name of this program is called Urban Reflection. It encourages sustainability. So when we were doing the research for sustainable furniture, most furniture that pops out are very how you say, it's very raw and very minimal, and that's why the sustainable furniture has to be in certain way. That's why when we find out we partner out with Hkidw, we know that they have this patented technology, the embroidery and their recycled leather. That's how we think, oh, maybe we can do something sustainable yet elegant and glamorous. That's how its caffeine set was born. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the great speech of our speakers. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Again, great applause to our guests. Really, I agree that the dedication of craftsmanship can never be replaced by mass productions or even 3D printing, I don't know. But as we officially conclude this incredible day of discovery, collaboration, and innovation, we extend our deepest gratitude to all our speakers and attendees who have made this event glamorous and possible. Thank you for being part of this journey. We look forward to seeing you again in 2026. Until then, we wish you continued success and inspiration. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.